to always have diversity. Variation is the fabric of life. It's always nice when lodges just open their arms to us and just let us be part of their team for a while, even though it was short. We appreciate everything. But of course, the bumbling does not stop here, does it? No, we go straight into Escape to Nature after this. And then even after that, we go into Penguin Beach, and once again, we'll be back out for the sunset safari. Non-stop wilderness delivered directly to you. So I just want to say a big thank you to everyone jumping on board. It really, really is very special to have you here. It would be so boring without you. Thank you for all your comments and your questions that you always provide. And please do tune in for all our other shows. We will be leaving the northwest, but we will be back live this afternoon from the east. Have a great day.
Yes, a very good morning here from Okokweyo in Namibia. I'm hoping, first of all, that everybody had a fantastic sunrise safari, and it seems like there has been a lot of action happening around this morning. Yes, my name is Cedric Dold, and I'm going to be your naturalist here on the Dam Cam, and I'm looking forward to telling you as many stories as possible today, and I'm hoping to get some amazing sightings around here at this pan in Etosha. As you can see, we've already had some zebras that's just moving off now, heading away from the pan. But definitely I am excited, and I'm thinking about this morning, see how many species of birds I can get around the pan itself. It does seem like it's going to be a warmish day once again, as always. I think it is always nice this side just to take a look at the sky first, and I think it's a little bit of blue sky with some cloud cover, but I'm sure it's going to be a marvelous day around here at Okokweyo. But here I've already looking around. I'm just thinking maybe see if we can find something interesting that's going to be coming down here very soon. I do have a lot of movement further into the tree lines. So I'm sure there's a lot of wildebeest, maybe springbuck coming down through towards the pan. Oh wait, hold on. I've already got one. A little lonely springbuck. Only one here. Oh, hello. Oh, where am I going? Just to the left here. We've already got a single springbuck that's come down to the pan. Feeling very brave, usually always in these big herds, coming through and having enough eyes and ears for safety reasons. But it seems like the springbuck is definitely the brave one. But yeah, looking around here, let's take a look at the weather and see what it is like today. Been nice and warm today, 35 degrees Celsius. That is fantastic. I think that is going to be a great sunny day, and that's definitely going to force a lot of animals in the surrounding areas to come down towards the watering hole. As once again, we've got our black-necked grebes still here in the pan. I'm just going to see if we can try and get into them. Right at the bottom here. Let's see, there we go. So we've got the black-neck grebes, 2 of them, always hanging around here at Okakuyo Pan every single day. They don't move from this location. Of course, catching all the little arthropods and even little tadpoles if there's anything like that around here. But that is exactly what they look for. But mainly water arthropods. So that is perfect for them. But beautiful. I love it when the male really displays. Rose Pandy. Rose Pandy, yes, definitely. It's always nice to spend some time with nature. Always. Definitely. It is, that's definitely down my alley as well. I think just sitting with animals, especially being in the nature and just kind of picking up on the smells, the noises, just having that tranquility of the surroundings of nature's beauty is always fantastic. I can do it every single day, and I think it's for me. That's why I've pretty much been guiding around about for 16 years in the Greater Kruger Park. So definitely that hasn't got monotonous or bored for me. It's actually got more interesting, especially that you start learning more, start really figuring out all the movements of animals and territories of cats, and it's just incredible. So it's always time to learn, and always nice just to pick up on the species around those reserves. Definitely doesn't get old. But yes, I'm just trying to see, as I said, we've got the black-neck grebe so far, so let me go take a look. There's a lot of doves around here at the moment. I'll definitely try and focus on some of the doves very soon, just to see exactly what do we have in the dove species around here at Okakuyo. I know sometimes we'll have the mourning dove. So the mourning dove is usually the one that's just got really the black ring around the neck, the back of the neck. But I'm going to try and see. Let's see. I think it might be a little bit windy. I think that's why a little bit of a shake here, but might be slightly a bit of, like a breeze that's coming through at the pan. You can see a lot of elephant droppings here as well. Many times elephants will come down to drink, and they'll just come and rest on the side of the pan. And if they do that, then of course they will also do their business. Alright, let's see. Okay, there's some doves flying on that side. I'm going to see if I can zoom in here. It's a little bit, unfortunately, I think a little bit of a shake on the camera this morning. I don't know if it's a... I was rather zoom out. It's going to be a little bit tough kind of getting in close now. Let's see. Let's see if we can work around this somehow. Alright, wait. We've got some maybe in the macro. In the macro sandgrass here. Sorry, D. Difficult picking up that. Go again with from Samantha. No, Samantha, I looked at the lifespan of antelopes the other day. I was caught so unaware because I was always really kind of thinking of the ones around the Greater Kruger Park side, between ages of 10 to 15 years old. I never thought really going further than that. And then all of a sudden I've read about the gemsbok as well as the eland. And the eland can get up to about 25 years old. So that is quite, I think the eland is definitely one of the antelopes that can get the oldest. We're looking at the gemsbok. It gets up to about 15 to 20 years old. And then, of course, the springbok that's in frame, they'll be the same as like the impalas, going up to about 9, 10, 11 years old. So they don't, the smaller antelopes don't really get that old as the larger ones. Oh, wait, okay, now we've got some pied crows. Let me just try and get in it. No, sorry, it's Cape crows. As you see, the 2 black ones. 2 Cape crows. That's just having us a drink here at Okakuyo. And there's a lot. These Cape crows is definitely, there's quite widespread. They go all the way down on the western side of South Africa, even going into the inlands and all the way down to the Cape, hence the name Cape Crow. I don't really get to see Cape crows around there in the Kruger Park side. I haven't really seen much. I don't think I have seen. I have to try and go back into my memory there. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think I've seen Cape crow that side. But yeah, mostly the pied crows you'll get there. I'm just going to rather go out to look a lot of shaking. Shaking. Okay. And we got Egyptian geese. Is that Egyptian geese there? Maybe we're going to be the lucky one on the third species here. Let's take a look. Let's get in there. Yep, Egyptian geese. Just all the lonely Egyptian geese that's just sitting once again here on the rock. I know that this Egyptian geese hasn't got a partner. I always just see the one. And you usually always get the male and female that really is quite, I can say, protective over their pan. I don't think the Egyptian geese is too common around here at Okaukuejo. It was nice. I think I saw Ben this morning. I think it was Ben that had the Egyptian geese with the 3 little ducklings that's still hanging around there at the Djuma Dam, which is fantastic. Nice to see that those 3 youngsters are still nice and safe. Yesterday we had the Nile Monitor busy stalking them and following them all over.
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic. From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Nice to see him. This is an unbelievable afternoon.
Oh dear, where did you see that? I'm going to try and say that Lisa said that she thought she just saw a jackal, but I'm trying to see Impala moving. I see Impala and a springbok moving away there. And once again, a lot of this wildebeest. So you'll find these wildebeest nicely in also big herds and that. It's usually all the females and your calves that hang around in these big herds. And also, sometimes you'll get your sub-adult males as well, males that are really that haven't broken away from the herds and they're still kind of hanging around just for safety reasons. But as well as you'll find that the males, once they get to a certain age, maybe like 3-4 years old, they will break away from these herds, and then they'll go and look for an area sometimes even 2 or 3 males would like move away together, and eventually they will split away, and then they'll start kind of looking for just as like a certain area for themselves, like a little territory. Sometimes it's not large at all. I mean, if you look at the wildebeest in Djuma, I mean the male that you see always around quarantine, that's his territory, just that area. Sometimes you can even have 2 males on quarantine. Sometimes it'll be even split into 2. So it just shows you they don't have these huge, large territories. But yeah, I know for sure is that if they've got a nice area, it'll be definitely keep it for much longer. Especially if the females come through to the area, it's nice grazing ground, there's like watering areas, nice pans and that. It'll be ideal for them. You'll find that those females will hang around in those males' territories for much, much longer. But it's nice just to see so many blue wildebeest coming through. Such a stunning animal. And just like the impala, I'm going to try to go a little bit. Unfortunately, the camera is shaking a little bit today, but I'm going to see if I can get it a little bit more stable here. Okay, I'm not going to go any further in. But you'll see sometimes on the side of their necks and on the side of their bodies, also got these dark light shading, real brindle shading to them. And what happens is, on hot days, on these big open clearings, big open plains, because they are plains game, that helps them kind of just to regulate their temperature as well. So it actually, the dark really absorbs the light, white reflects, and it just helps them to regulate the temperature on their bodies. That's why usually up there in Kenya and Tanzania, not many areas with big trees and that where they can really kind of take shelter from the sun. So that's just one way for them just to keep cool. Sorry, Dee, can you just go with that question again? What historical meaning does a wildebeest tail have? The tail? I'm not too sure what the historical meaning the tail's got. I do not know anything about the tail of a wildebeest when it comes to historical meanings. Maybe if anybody knows, please let me know. It'll be quite interesting. I'll also definitely take a look at that, because that's never thought of any historical meaning to a tail. Maybe Heather, let's see. Maybe somebody's got an answer for us, and we'll definitely wait. As you know, if you've got any questions, or if you've got any comments or any suggestions that you want to send through to me, please send that through. As you know, this is your Escape to Nature. Okay, looks like. So in other words, we got 3 now. I'm looking at the birds now. So we got the black-neck grebe, we got the Egyptian goose, and then we've got the Cape crow so far. So, and definitely got the doves around here. So I'm going to try and search around for any dove activity. We got the morning doves now and again. That does. You can have quite a few of them, and of course the aquilias, red-billed aquilias, plentiful. So, but they are so quick to really kind of see them close up. It's going to be very tough. But if you do see so many birds flying together, then you know it's aquilias. All right, they've got some doves just landing. I'm sure that's like the morning doves. Let me double check on that. I don't think so now. I think it's more, I just want to double check on that. It's difficult to kind of see. I don't think we get the morning doves there. It's just another thing. Or the ringneck dove, or the Cape turtle dove, or known as a ringneck dove. That's also a very possibility there. But yeah, let's see if I can go in a little bit closer. I see quite a few of them just perched. As soon as I get in there, they fly off. There we go. Sit. It's really a little bit tough. There's too much movement on camera here. It looks like most of Cape turtle doves. But yeah, let me just move away. All right. But 35 degrees Celsius, definitely that might kind of lure something in, like your giraffe for the morning, as well as definitely I'm hoping for that those black rhinos. Yesterday I wasn't too lucky with black rhinos around here at Okaukuejo Pan, but the day before I was very fortunate to see I think 3 of them that came down to the watering hole, which was fantastic. Absolutely beautiful animals. A whole nice herd of impalas with just one springbuck involved there. As you can see, the springbuck a little bit further to the right. So third one to the right with a real white face, and as well it's got that beautiful black line that's running across between that brown, dark brown color, or the brownish color, and the white belly. Compared to your impalas got that beautiful kind of goldish color on top with a real tawny color that's a little bit lower down. Oh, and there's some nice male impala here as well. Beautiful rams. A few males. So usually, like if you look at the impala side of things, you'll find that the males always are mostly in the bachelor herds situated together, and you'll have your breeding herds that's with the females without the horns, and they will be in the breeding herds with one dominant male that will have that harem. So this is a bit of a mixture here. I think it looks like the females might still be a bit pregnant. Obviously, I don't think they have dropped their lambs so far here at Okaukuejo in Namibia, like the ones that's dropped over there in the Greater Kruger Park. Most of them have had their lambs by now. I always love it. Now, so if you look at the back of the hind area, a lot of people always say that it's always like a typical guide joke. You know, they say it's the McDonald's of the bush with that black M behind the impala. Main reason for that is actually for attracting parasites. So your parasites usually get attracted to darker areas. So it's easier for them to kind of turn around to actually nibble off those parasites outside. And definitely these impalas all walking away, almost looking very docile, very kind of relaxed for the early morning. And I wonder if they're not going to try and head over to more of the thicker areas. Especially it's easier for them, and of course the availability of food, because I don't see that's too much around here on these pan areas. And there's all this concrete, like all the white rocks that you do see. I was keen to do a little bit to see how many birds I can get on here at Okokweyo at the moment, but it's just a little bit tough at the moment. I think maybe it's a bit of a wind that's moving the camera from side to side at the moment, so I'm just have to pan out again. Oh, we've got a blacksmith happening at the button. What? You see the blacksmith like that. So maybe got a little juvenile blacksmith happening here at the bottom. Oh, maybe so far in. What is that? Take a look. It looks like a blacksmith. Yeah, it is. A little juvenile. And so running around, yeah. A little juvenile blacksmith. That is cute. Nice to see that. Oof, not too much there. Alright, so we've got a little blacksmith happening that we can put down there. That is wonderful. So we've got like now 4 birds. Well, and I'm sure those doves as well as Cape Turtle doves. I'll just check now. Looks like there's Cape Turtle doves as well. That's come down to a pan. But it's difficult to get the confirmation on that one. But I shall look into the one. A nice herd of, not a big herd, but a few Gemsbok at that side. Of course, the Gemsbok definitely they love this semi-arid areas, desert areas. Perfect for them. It's an ideal habitat that they do enjoy, and that's one thing about Gemsbok is that they do graze, but they can browse if they need to eat the berries and fruit around this area. Pretty much almost like a mixed feeder, but more kind of strictly to grazing side of things. Those horns are just magnificent. So with the Gemsbok, of course, you'll find that the female and the male do both of them. They both have horns on them, and you'll find they are very, very long. Sometimes they can get up to about 1.5 meters to 2 meters. And males, when they do spar against each other and actually compete for those harems, and sometimes those harems, as I said, they can get up to about 40 in a harem, and sometimes that sparring can be quite intense. You can imagine having 2 swords on your head, and it is looking quite remarkable. Beautiful antelope, and it's something that I've seen them before many years ago, like live, personally I've been up to Namibia, and I got to see them that side, and it was nice, it was beautiful. It's they're huge animals, they're really, really big, and those horns, it's quite impressive. And it's a nice thing as well, it's also on the Namibian coat of arms. So the coat of arms, that is as well the famous books on there. I'm just struggling with this dancing of the camera at the moment. It's getting a little bit bad this side here. Okay, I'm trying to zoom out a little bit. I think it gets a little bit more stable. I think it is the wind. I think it looks like a little bit of wind that's coming through. That's why it is just moving a bit. I was getting a bit excited when Dee told me about that jackal, because I definitely want to take a look. It was yesterday we had those 2 black-backed jackals just roaming around the pan looking for any opportunity this side, and it's amazing that the gemsbok and the jackal, they did not mind each other's presence at all. And of course, the gemsbok is way too big for a jackal, and the jackal's more kind of stuck to scavenging than actually hunting. So it's actually quite interesting just to see the 2 of them not being phased. Alright, we'll see that little blacksmith lapwing still running at the bottom of the pan here towards where that inflow is, or where the pipe is, and sometimes just taking a look around for other things. So we've got now the black-necked grebe, we've got of course the Egyptian geese, got the Cape crow, and the blacksmith lapwing. And I'm just trying to see what else we can try and put up. Oh, there's another one just flying into there now at the entrance of this pipe. So of course this pan gets just pumped via a like borehole. So where they are now is pretty much where the pipe underneath there pretty much feeds this pan. And throughout the year there will be water. So okay, now you got the 2 adults, and the little chick. So they've got the 1 chick, yeah. I want to see. They usually have 3 or 4 chicks where they, when they do pretty much lay the eggs, it'll usually be like 4 eggs. 3, most of the time it will be 3 chicks that will actually hatch, and 2 or 1 that will survive. Other than that, it'll be just it just seems like it's just the 1 that's around it. But I'm going to try and zoom out here. But yeah, well, I'm going to try and search around for other bird species around here at Okaukuejo Pan. Let's head over to the Eastern Cape with Liam. So he wants to say good morning to everybody from Perth.
Fucking puss.
Right, so he's coming back to Okaukuejo Pan again. Back with me. And as I say, I'm still going to be searching around here for those other bird species while we wait for some animals to come down to the pan and see what we have. And what do we have on the other side? A lot. Oh, it looks like doves. Okay, I'm going to try and go in. I'm going to try my best. It looks like the little Cape Turtle doves, but I'm going to go because I'm getting seasick here. So I'm just going to go a little bit out, a little bit better that way. There we go. Let's see if we can manage with this. So we've got the black-necked grebe, we've got the Cape Crow, we've got the blacksmith lapwing, Egyptian geese, and the Cape Turtle dove. So 5. Oh, hello. What is that? Oh my word. Looks like a bird of prey that just came past there. That was awesome. No! Where are you going? What was that? Maybe in the tree or somewhere. What was that? Maybe like a steppe eagle? It looked very brown. Well, I'm not gonna... Oh, it's gone now. I thought I was gonna come down, maybe have a drink at the pan. That would have been fantastic. Well, let's look in the tree. It might be in the tree somewhere. Oh, okay, no, that's not the tree. That's rocks. Okay, let's try. It's going to be very difficult. It's in maybe in the canopy here, or it's moved further away behind. So I think I see something. I see a head on top. Sometimes you'll find by a bird of prey. Oh, there it is. Right on top of the tree. I think it is. Am I right? Not on top, but on the right hand side. I can just see it. I can just see the head. Can we go in a little bit more? Can I? Can we have it work? Oh, not so far. No, wait. That's right. Okay, yeah. Oh, okay. This is going to be terrible as the camera's all over the show now. No, okay. Well, anyway, as you can see, there's a bird of prey that's gone straight up on top there. It looks like a steppe eagle to me. I might be wrong. It's difficult to see the gape. Yeah, it looks like a steppe eagle to me. I'm just looking at the gape of it. It's not as far back as your lesser spotted eagle. So it looks like a steppe eagle that came in there. Nice. Bird of prey. Let's double check. I might be wrong. If anybody's got maybe a better idea on what eagle this is, please let me know, because this is awesome. And glad to have bird of prey. You just have to move your head from side to side to keep steady. Wow. I just want to double check as well with the steppe eagles in this area. Let's double check on that. Yeah, so you do get them up at the northern areas of Namibia, and of course this is pretty much where Okukuyo is. So it is very possible. A lesser spotted eagle, do we get them here? At Okukuyo, less so. It doesn't seem like more uncommon, but it's also uncommon around, I know, there at Kruger National Park area. So, but you do see them. Just double checking. And they are migrant to savanna areas as well, so yes, especially in termite emergencies, so like pretty much where there's a lot of termites, they do feed on a lot of termites. That's one thing about a steppe eagle, they get a lot of protein from it, and that's a big thing. That's why they usually come down, migrate to the southern side of southern Africa in our summertime, coming down the side and just looking out for when those termite mounds start opening up. The flying ants and eyelids start flying out, you'll find that these steppe eagles will feast on them. It'll be like almost like a Christmas feast. So yes, definitely get to see quite a bit of that during December time. It's not a Wahlberg's, because Wahlberg's eagle, if you look at a Wahlberg's crest, it's very much kind of almost a pointy crest, and this one hasn't got a crest at all. And plus the size, seems like it's definitely larger than a Wahlberg's eagle. And I don't think, and you do get Wahlberg's in this area. Also migrating to the side. Go a little bit back. We can just stabilize the shake of the camera. And get a better view on it. Yep, but I think I do put. I'll put my guess on a step. That's where I'm going. I'm going with that one. Just by the size, when it flew past as well, you could see just the size. It's definitely nice and large. A proper bird of prey. And of course, not just feeding on the insects. So yeah, migrants usually come down because of the insects that becomes so much more available, and there's plenty more around in our summertime. In wintertime, it's absolutely, they disappear completely. But so they don't just feed on insects, these steppe eagles. If it is a steppe eagle, they also feed on, even like if it's a small little rodent, even lizards, little reptiles, they would also feast on. So they'll also take the opportunity with those things. But the main reason for coming here is the termites and also the availability of the other insect species around here.
It's the end of another year here at Wild Earth. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
Alright, looks like we still just got a couple of, or three nice Kemp's booklets come down. Definitely, it looked like some of those doves has flown off. Alright, so now what we've got, I think 6 on our board when it comes to birds around the pan. And so we've got the black-necked grebe, we've got the blacksmith lapwing. Oh, here comes, what's coming down here? Looks like it's just a Cape Crow. So, and a Cape Crow. We've got the Cape Turtle Dove, and well, I'm going to mark it down as a steppe eagle. So I'm at the 5 so far. And I'm sure we've got the Quilias. I'm sure that you'll see the Quilias flying with those red-billed Quilias. They're flying past the camera all the time. And there was something that just flew past it. I don't know what that was. It's just too quick for me. Cynthia, when it comes to plants and animals' digestive systems, I'm sure there's several different plant species that they do use. I know that something like your aloes are quite a big thing. It's got definitely a lot of properties inside of the aloe itself for certain animals that they actually feed on. But as well as, if you're looking at bigger animals like your rhinos and elephants and that, I think the digestive system is just so poor as it is. That in the end of the day, I don't think it's going to affect much if they do eat something that's really going to kind of, I'm going to say, help their digestive system. Because of course their digestive system only really kind of breaks down about 30%, 70% gets passed all right through. So yeah, when it comes to plant species, I think animals, they know what to eat. I've seen elephants as well, put it this way. I've seen elephants when it comes to a bad digestive system and eating certain things. I've seen them actually, feeding on the sausage tree pod itself, so that long pod, and sometimes feeding on that, it actually helps them. It's the same as a rhino. So rhinos will also feed on that sausage tree pod or seed. And what happens is that actually helps it. It's got some kind of chemical inside of it, will actually kind of help certain parts of, especially with the hippopotamus, helps their digestive system. Well, I was sitting here still at Okaukuejo and just taking a look around what's going to be coming through. If you've got any comments or questions, please send them through to me, or any nice suggestions or stories that you've had around this Okaukuejo pan. I would love to hear from you. And as you know, this is all your escape to nature, and I am waiting for those things. So yes, please send them through. Comments and questions. Fantastic. the zebras on the, looks like zebras on the right hand side. They're just keeping an eye on further to this, which side are we? The southern side of Okaukuejo Pan. Not too sure, maybe those jackals might be moving into the area. It'd be nice just to see them hopping and bouncing around here and skulking in the area. It's always nice to see those beautiful black-backed jackals. And talking about, there is something moving that time. Talking about jackals, it's amazing that how the side-striped jackal is way more dominant compared to the black-backed jackal, because we used to have so many black-backed jackals there in the eastern side of the Sabi Sands, and they used to roam all over the show. And this was many years ago, and it wasn't long after that the side-striped jackals started coming into that area. And it just seemed like it became more dominant over the black-backed jackals, because all of a sudden the blackbacks would just disappear and we would not see them again. And even the side-striped jackals would utilize the black-backed jackals' den sites, because we knew where they used to den. And all of a sudden that kind of was taken over by the side-stripes. So I think it seemed like the blackbacks or the side-stripes were definitely more kind of dominant in those areas. But you still get the blackbacks around that side, but it's not as frequent as we used to have them. I mean, every single night you'll hear the blackbacks will be calling, and it'll be absolutely quite a melody in the darkness. But yeah, unfortunately, that kind of is slowed down dramatically. So, Eddie, where and when do they? Picasso, yes, the Aquilius will breed usually, it's coming out this time of the year. Of course, there are a lot of little seeds out and about, so you'll find a lot of these Aquilius kind of forming these huge flocks. And where they will breed, they'll breed from Namibia all the way through to, from the western side to the southern side to the eastern side, practically all over the southern African area. They're all over the show. They're in the greater Kruger side. There's Satara, just between Satara and Olifants. There's a certain area where these Aquilius will come back every single year, and in thousands. And they would start forming the little nests around each other, like close to each other, and not in like a community, nothing like a red-billed buffalo weaver or a sociable weaver, nothing like that. They will actually form their own little nest, but pretty much like neighbors, very close to each other, and you'll find all these little balls in these trees and in the thorn trees, and they will be breeding pretty much this time of the year. And I tell you, when I used to drive up that side, I used to always take a look at those Aquilius, and it's the numbers. It's just incredible. As I say, it's thousands and thousands of them, and every little tree and every little thorn bush around that one road was just packed with these little nests that the Aquilius built. And yeah, and it also, unfortunately, that does, as I said, I think yesterday, they do become quite a problem with the farmers and all that, because they could devastate the entire crop in a matter of hours, and they can become quite a pest. They can cause a lot of damage. So a lot of the farmers tend to try and keep them out, just like the scarecrows. You know, you've got those scarecrows, but farmers sometimes will use other methods to try and keep those Aquilius away from those big crops. I'll just see if I can pan here a little bit, see if I can get the camera here. Okay, it looks like it's moving aside. Alright, I want to try and see if I can get back up to that bird of prey. I want to see if maybe it might be in a better position for us to see it. I can see it from here in that big tree just on the far top right hand corner. But, it's going to be very difficult. I might have to try and zoom in a little bit there. I'm definitely thinking about the Kruger. Definitely want to go back into the Kruger for a good old camping trip. I love camping that side. It's absolutely stunning just to go and sit at some of these dams, same as like here at Okokwiu. Just sit at some of these dams and you just sit there for hours and you can just watch the animals coming down and all the interaction and different bird species, and it is really incredible just to do that in these reserves. Alright, I can still see that bird of prey there. I'm just trying to get a little bit in. I think, yeah, it's just too shaky. I think that's as far as I can go. We're not going to get anything better out of that one. I was talking about the wildebeest earlier as well, about being a plains game and just utilizing that stripe patterning on them. Now, of course, we've got some zebras. Same thing. Those are very much plains game on very, very hot days. I don't really mind the heat. And many times you'll find zebras standing very close to each other. And more stripes there are, the better kind of wind thermals they get above them, and they can keep much cooler in that way. So those are very important for those stripes. As well for, once again, for defense. Always. Defense is good. Defense is one of those things that most of these animals definitely kind of rely on. And especially if anything is approaching, especially if you get like lions, it's it's pretty much singling out certain ones, certain individuals, a weak one or an old one. You'll find that if they do have to bolt from the lions and get away, those stripes will confuse the lion exactly which one it did single out, and it's perfect for them. I'm just still seeing them something that side. I'm just trying to keep an eye on the left there, but now and again I've got some.
Pytam się, co u was go ekscytującego po drugiej stronie globu.
Oh, you've got some helmeted guinea fowl in the background. Is it helmeted guinea fowl? Looks like it. Yes, it is. Oh. Look. Okay, now let's just... Oh, looks like helmeted. Okay, well, we've got helmeted guinea fowl as well, so we can put that on the list. If we can get it to see them again. We're just gone behind that bush now, so I'm hoping that'll come out into the open, maybe towards the pan.
On będzie zadowolony, to się opowiadał, bo tam Kamila to wiesz, tam duży, a co on tam mówi? Aha. Ach, widzisz, a to miała być to... No. No tak, bo oni tak lubią. Oni jak dwie stare Rubiszewskie. Z więzienia po 20 latach już nie mogą przebrane teraz stać. W przeciwieństwie do nas widzisz, im się gęby nie zamykają. Nie słyszę.
Well, we got that bird of prey that was just flying now. You can see there at the big tree on the left-hand side now, so it seems like the bird of prey has been... I'm sure it might be that eagle, that steppe eagle. I'm just hoping it will come down. I just want to see if it's going to land here somewhere for us. No, it seems like he doesn't want to play the game. I'm also hoping he was going to come down maybe towards the watering area so we can at least identify him. But we did get some crested guinea fowl as well. Not crested, sorry, helmeted guinea fowl. So they have to. So they've just gone a little bit further at the back end. So I'm just going to try and try and get to these helmeted guinea fowl. I've just moved, but yeah, it's going to be quite tough. I'm going to try my best to see what I can get. You see on the left-hand side of that dead bush. There's bushes in the middle of that open clearing now, and there's the one that's on the furthest left-hand side, and it just seems that there is 1, 2, 3 or 4 helmeted guinea fowl that's there. So I think that's 7 on the board so far. So 7 species so far. I'm sure we could get more, definitely more, but so it's just a little bit tricky at the moment. Alright, I'm just gonna see. I'm trying to see if I can try and work out if I can get out of here. So I can. Alright, sorry about that. I don't know, quickly. Let's see if I can catch up. Alright, there's a few things, as I said, I was trying to get to see how many bird species I'm going to try and get there at Kokoe. So I am trying my best to get the camera as stable as possible so we can at least identify some. And so far we've got, I've picked up on 7 so far. So let's see what else. I'm just trying to see if we can definitely positively ID that bird of prey. So I'm keeping my eyes open. Play. Careful for that. To the left. Alright, well, we're going to try and just see if I can get other birds. I'm just going to search around this pan area with the camera. While I'll do that, let's head over down into the Eastern Cape at Kariega as Liam wants to say good morning to everybody once again.
And a very colourful good morning to you all, folks, from Kariega Game Reserve. I'm coming to you live from the shade of a beautiful Scotia tree. So, my name is Liam, and this Scotia tree is quite a common feature in Kariega. Many viewers will know Scotia Waterhole as the infamous or famous waterhole where we come to you live during Escape to Nature and other segments of the shows in the morning and afternoon. And here we are having a little bit of a closer look at the beautiful flower that the Scotia tree produces. Is that not just such a wonderful fluorescent? The colors, the displays, it really is quite a lovely flower. So the common name for this is the boerbean. So it refers to the seed pod it was used as a substitute for coffee by many of the explorers. There are other names that it goes by as well, which I'll try and get back to you on, but just have a look at this stunning flower that is the Scotia afra. It produces vast amounts of nectar when flowering like this, and in certain species can even weep drips of nectar onto the ground. It can produce so much nectar, and this attracts, of course, a large number of pollinators like bees or birds. Yes, I would 100% agree with you there, Amy. This is really just such a splendid flower, old Scotia afra, and it's also just one of those trees that certainly in southern Africa is a species of tree that is encouraged by many botanical societies to make use as a garden ornamental, because it's just got this beautiful flower and attracts such a good variety of native wildlife, birds, insects, and you'll even see the nyalas and kudus, probably giraffes as well, will all feed on the flowers. I'll have a look here. There's a nice little honeybee coming to get some of the sweet nectar from this flower. Isn't that nice? There's been a number of nice honeybees coming through visiting this flower whilst I've been waiting to come to you. Try and get a nice fuller frame here so we can see the little bit of action. It really is actually quite a pretty picture there. Nice to see a little bit of the lichen coming down on the branch of the Scotia tree, giving us a sure sign that there's really nice clean air here. So just really encapsulating quite a beautiful scene. The nicely blurred background, because the background is the hills of Kariega in the background, so it's nice and far away. So yeah, that's creating a very nice bouquet in more ways than one. Bouquet, of course, being the technical term for when you are able to blur out the background of your subject in taking a photograph. A nice bouquet means that it really distinguishes your subject, so the flower, for example, in this case, and the background being a nicely blurred bouquet in the back. Sure, this is quite nice. Here's one for the books. So yeah, the flower of the scotias in general, they all have this beautiful red flower. There's three common species that you know found in different parts of southern Africa. Here in the Eastern Cape, it's mostly the Scotia afra, and then up in the north and eastern parts of the country or the region is the Scotia brachypetala, which is very similar to a Scotia afra, and then there's the dwarf Scotia. I don't know what the Latin or scientific name for that is, but it is a tiny little dwarf shrub, and they all have this beautiful red flower that produces vast amounts of sweet nectar. And you know, if you go into any of the botanical resources, they'll very many botanists will rave about the Scotia family. They, as I said, they got beautiful flowers. They attract incredible wildlife and various different nectar feeding birds. You know, sunbirds, a variety of passerines. There'll be butterflies that are attracted to it. There's various insects, bees, beetles, and then it's also got a nice form. It's got a nice growth form. So you can see with all these little bits of lichen and other little bits, it will attract a large number of little niches for insects to live in.
Oh my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this.
there you can see the nice landscape I was referring to in the background, the hills that surround the plains down here in Kariega. Now, in those hills beyond, here is a valley that meanders onward to the Kariega River. This is quite a significant river in the Eastern Cape. And there you'll also get a good number of these scotia trees along its banks. So they do prefer a little bit of good groundwater, the scotia the scotia tree. So always good to plant them near water. Now there's also a number of butterfly species that are specific to the scotia tree. So they will lay their eggs only on the scotia tree. So without the scotia tree to be, if the scotia wasn't around, the butterfly would not have a place to lay its eggs. So Victoria asked, would the bees fight each other for the nectar? So yeah, I would say if there was a good source of nectar and there was a lot of bees around it, there might be a little bit of scuffling going on to try and get into the flower. A nice bit of bird calls behind here. So Victoria, yes, there would be a little bit of scuffling if there was quite a few bees around. There's not a huge amount of bees, and there's a lot of flowers in this tree, so they wouldn't have to all flock onto this one particular flower. There's just looking around this tree, there's a good number of flowers in the tree, so it wouldn't, they wouldn't have to all come to the same one, fortunately. So, but yeah, it doesn't have a huge opening, so it's got probably about the size of a bee to get into the flower. So if the bee found another bee inside, it just have to move over to the next one, really. So efficient the bees are at looking for different flowers so they don't have to compete with each other. This little Cape Weaver is really coming in quite close here. I'm hoping that it maybe comes to a place where I can get it on screen. I remember spending a bit of time in Zululand, in the eastern part of the country, and there's a fairly well-known reserve called Mkuzi Game Reserve, and it's home to good amounts of rare and highly endangered habitat known as sand forest. And in these sand forests there's a number of endemic species that exist, and one such species is called the Neergaard's sunbird. And Neergaard's sunbird is pretty much it's a sand forest species. It is found only in sand forests. So sand forest is a deciduous forest. It's a forest that gets seasonal rainfall. And I remember the one time coming across this beautiful flowering Scotia brachypetala, which is a near relative to this Scotia afra, in the sand forest one September. So in Zululand, the Scotias flower very much in a very seasonal fashion. So it's normally about end of August, September, maybe October. So they've got a very short window in which they flower. And I remember coming across this one flowering Scotia, and boy did it have an incredible amount of birds in it. And I'm sure there would have been monkeys and other creatures attracted to this tree. And in a matter of about 10 or so minutes, I think I recorded something in the region of 7 or 8 species of sunbird, which is, if there's any birders out there, you'll know that that is an incredible diversity of sunbirds to have, at least in southern Africa, in such a short space of time. So it was such an absolute treat to just sit under this flowering scotia tree and just watching all the birds come through to the flowers, which were pumping out copious amounts of sweet nectar. So the lovely thing about this edge of this tree line is, of course, the birds. We've got nice views onto the plains, which we'll get around to later today, but listening carefully into the background, you can hear a good number of birds calling. Example, we've got black cuckoo in his somber call, saying to the world that I'm so sad. It's also if he's dressed up to go to a funeral. A persistent call throughout summer here in Kariega. Also got some wood hoopers calling. There was a lovely call of the olive bushshrike earlier, which was quite nice to hear. Beautiful, beautiful bird song this morning. So, hope you've all enjoyed some nice visuals of this scotia flower. I'll best be sure to come back to it. I want to turn our attention to something I found yesterday, or at least in the recent days. And that is something that doesn't seem so obvious now, but hopefully will be in a few moments. Oh, I think we just might have had it there. Let's see if it comes back. Looking for a little bird that flits in and out of this bare patch of earth that you can see. And that bare patch of earth is where a nice aardvark hole has been taken up residence by, I assume, a warthog. But also a pearl-breasted swallow family. So they've started building a nest inside the hole. There's a hole just behind that little cactus-like plant that the swallows have made, or making, a nest. So folks, if there's any questions and comments that you have this morning on Kariega, I'd love to be able to hear from you. It's always great to get your questions and comments and share this wonderful escape to nature with you all. There's butterflies out and about, attracted to this little plumbago in the foreground. You can see the lilac coloured flower. So Emma asked, what is the smallest swallow species in southern Africa? So the smallest swallow, sure, that's a good question. Oh, look at that now, the swallows come back. So the smallest bird species, in southern Africa. Okay, so the smallest bird, there it goes, it's just dipped into the hole there. You can just see them moving in and out. Just watch carefully, then there it goes out again. It's like a little miniature cave in there, where it's obviously built its little mud cup nest against the cave wall. Really quite neat. I don't think I've ever come across a pearl-breasted swallow nest. Sorry, yeah. So the smallest bird in southern Africa would have to be the Cape. I think it's the Cape. It's one of the what is known as a penduline tit. I'll just double check. It's I think it's the penduline. One of the two. If it was I think it's the Cape. I'm sure it's the Cape. Yeah, I believe it's the Cape penduline tit. Stand to be corrected. It could be the grey, but it's one of those two. And it is a tiny little matchbox weighted bird that is hardly 2 inches long. Maybe 6 or so, 6-7 centimeters big, minuscule little bird. So that would be the smallest bird in southern Africa, potentially even Africa actually. And yeah, it's a little passerine that is found in the Cape region. Oh, hello, Mr. Starling, coming in with some laboured wing beats there. Looked like it had a bit of nesting material. I'm just patiently waiting for this. Come on, Mrs. Weaver. Okay, so the weaver's possibly, I'm going to try here, folks, just bear with me. I'm going to try and get to this weaver who's now attending to some flowers. It might be from time to time obscured by some branches, but it is moving about here in the leaves. Let's do some birding. Take you on a birding mission. Okay, so just behind this main branch, there she goes. There you are. Beautiful. Getting into some nice sweet nectar there. Magic. How about it? How about it? So yes, this is a Cape Weaver female. See that it's got a bit of that yellowish colour to her. Not as boldly coloured as a male. Well, that's a goodie. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Oh, this is fun. I'm loving this. I don't know if you guys are loving this as much as I am, but joy. Look at that. Nice bit of bird action next to the Scotia flowers. carefully going flower to flower. Occasional bee buzzing around its head. Oh, terrible. It's pulling off the petals there. So it's interesting with certain flowers, if the flower doesn't give a bird the nectar that it wants, there are known examples whereby a sunbird, for example, would actually go in and pierce the back end of the flower if it can't get to the nectar, which is quite a clever little crafty way of cheating the system. It's really is a neat little trick. I'm just going to pan here to this beautiful glossy starling. He's come and landed in the scotia tree as well. They often actually come and sleep in this tree. Oops, off he goes. Okay, alright, you go on. A nice and busy bit of birding in this lovely scotia tree. I think our weaver has moved beyond sight for now, but that was quite fun. A little bit different. Let's go back and see what our swallows are doing. Hey, only a pleasure, Alex. Absolute pleasure to be birding with anybody, anywhere, at any time. It's certainly a favorite means of escaping to nature for myself. I think that our feathered friends, the world, have so much to show us of the world. I mean, with 10,000 species of bird, they really do represent almost all the niches of the world. I mean, the way I like to look at it, if you want to really understand an ecosystem really well, look at birds, and they'll tell you everything you need to know about any ecosystem in the world. You give a bird list to someone who understands birds, they'll be able to study what habitats, what food they eat, what are the environmental parameters that bird exists in, and then you get a bird list of an area, and then it tells you exactly all those different parameters that exist in a landscape. So they really do. They have a very good way of representing a landscape. You get disturbed, human created habitats as well. That can also, you'll get you've got a completely new, different branch of birds that are, coming into these newly created environments, which is also, it's fascinating to see how birds are adapting to how ecosystems are changing. It's an intriguing. Well, I don't want to say pastime, because it's it's very much a growing hobby or way of spending time in nature. It's a growing field of interest, should I say? And it keeps you constantly engaged, looking for new things. Mammals are fantastic. Don't get me wrong. I always enjoy a nice situation where you can see different mammals interacting with each other, but they just don't have the diversity that birds have, and so it's one of the joys that they can bring. They've got such great diversity that there's always a bird for you to see anywhere in the world. whether it's a city or in any part of the world or a desert or in the Antarctic or Arctic, there's birds everywhere you go there. So yeah, it's just the best way to spend in nature as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. Anywho, let's slowly pan and see. Let's go and see. Let's go pan for some mammals here. And whilst I do so, Amber asks, what is my favorite bird? So my favorite, sure. I'm just gonna straighten up here, folks. Sorry, whoopsie. My favorite bird, sure. It would be tricky for me to say one particular bird. Well, actually, no. Actually, if I had to choose one bird, I would probably say a peregrine falcon, and it's largely because it's one of those creatures that are so versatile. They've adapted to many different corners of the world and human environments particularly. So I feel that any bird in this day and age that knows how to successfully adapt to human environments is probably going to do pretty well, considering how well we're doing. That and the fact that it is just such a magical species of raptor that it really gets to such speeds, and it has this finesse in the air that really, I don't know, that I admire. So peregrine falcon, I would say. It's yeah, has the ability to move a lot quicker than what these rhinos are doing. These nice resting rhinos. They were out and about grazing quite a bit earlier. Yeah, so probably did a fair bit of grazing last night, I'd imagine, and as they do, and now I've taken to a bit of resting. Lots of swallows out and about in and around the rhinos. We had a good amount of swallows out yesterday after that sweltering day. With all that heat, there would have been a large number of insects, and now again today it seems there's again good numbers of insects out on the plains, and there would be also around the rhinos, I suppose. They're being attracted to them, so I suppose the swallows would probably swarm around the rhinos as well whilst they rest. So Isabella asks, what is the softest spot of a rhino's skin? Well, I can't say that I've felt up a rhino in every imaginable part of its body. But I have had the chance to touch a rhino, and well, what I can say for a start is that they feel a lot more different than what one originally thinks. I mean, for myself, and I don't know about anybody else, and you can feel free to comment. When you touch a rhino, you would think that it's going to be kind of cold and hard because it's got this big thick layer of skin on it, and it's quite a tough creature, which it is really. It's got some pretty tough skin. It can run through thickets with thorns and not be touched by them. So you always feel like it should be a crusty creature, but it's actually a lot warmer on the touch. So it's just the same as touching skin, or mammal skin, should I say? It's warm. It's very warm. And then on the touch, it's a lot softer than you think, but of course it's still very sensitive. It's very hard. It's a hard skin, thick skin, softer on the touch than you originally think, but still very tough to resist all those thorny branches. So softer on the touch than you originally think. And then which part of the body would have been the softest? Sure, I would imagine it. I mean, I don't know. I can't say. I'd imagine it to be somewhere maybe under the leg, possibly in under the soft, where the more tender parts of any mammal's body is, usually under legs, under arms. What I can say is with elephants, that's got something. And of course, I don't always like to speak about going and touch any mammal. It's the best kind of experience with an animal is a wild one and best left untouched. But the inside of an elephant's ears is surprisingly soft as well. Again, having been quite fortunate to have had that opportunity, but again, just not something I would advise anybody to go and search for as an experience, because of course viewing an animal in the wild, I feel, is far better than having to say you need to go and touch an animal. So that's my views on that. Let's maybe rather think of a way in which an animal can touch you without physically touching you. They are endearing creatures, rhinos, and I'm sure touch many a soul.
It's the smell then. It's really not nice. I'm too scared to put it. I'm not putting it in my mouth. Okay, you have to touch it with your tongue. It's not actually that heavy. Ah! Join me. I can't say join.
Okay, shall I come pull you out now?
I'm going home now.
Let's just see now, because he's approaching her. Let's see if he tests again. There's a little bit of feeding going on now. Uh-oh, a little bit of goose conflict going on here, not far from us. See, even Inyalas are birders. Check at that. They picked their head up for a couple of geese. You can see so nicely the incredible contrast you can have between the male and female Nyala. I think I mentioned it yesterday, the day before. Just how incredibly dimorphic these Inyalas are. A male Inyala starts off looking just like the Pharaoh 6 and transforms into this entirely different creature. A darker coat, a hairy coat. The stripes seem to fade. It grows this wonderful set of horns, which usually persist until adulthood. I'm not too sure what happened to this poor chaps, but just completely transforms from what that female looks like to what he looks like now. It's an amazing transformation. And a classic example of sexual selection. A two-way street that determines what a male or a female trait might benefit the species. So Bobby asks, would he move on if she rejects him? Yeah, I think quite simply yes. I don't think he would linger too much. Inyala males do not form parts of the herd. They are mere temporary associations. So he'll go back to his bachelor herd or cronies and go and tell them what a waste of time it was to go and try and chat up Lucy. She just wasn't interested, so rather leave her alone, or I don't know, one of you guys give it a go. It didn't work for me. Maybe it's the fact that I had one horn. So no, he won't stick around. He'll move back on to his bachelor herd. Yeah. Quite interesting to see that she is alone. Your female Inyalas more typically are in a herd, a group, a small association. The comment was, he's half the man his other counterparts were. No, you see, you can't just determine an Inyala by the horns that he has. He's so much more than just his horns. Come on. Look at that. I mean, he's got everything else. It's just it's like having a chipped nail. You can't judge just by little mere features. He's certainly giving it his best shot here. I give it to him. He's really he's sticking to it. Committed. He's committed. definitely some bit of courting behavior going on here. Ooh. Sorry, just trying to get a little bit more comfortable here. Very, very. I don't think I've seen behavior like this, folks. It's this is all new for me, for sure. I've seen males dancing, I've seen males fighting, I've seen many groups of females together, many males together, but never the actual courting of the female. So this is really fun. This was really fun. Interesting how he was trying to kind of lift his neck up to, I don't know, maybe show his size, kind of create a bit of a more impressive profile. I wonder if the fact that he has one horn would give would help contribute to the decision of the female. I can only imagine it to be more important when it comes to fighting another male or holding its ground against another male. But it definitely doesn't seem to be dampening his confidence here. Really nice to have seen the beginning of this little interaction with that grimace. How he looked up and gave a little bit of a cheesy grin, lifted his snout towards us, and took in the information from her urine that she left behind her. Playing a very cool game, I won't lie. Well, Megan, I'm not sure how long he will follow her around. Let's stick around and find out. It could be minutes, it could be hours, I'm really not sure. Probably been following her, at least on camera, for a good few minutes now. I'm not too sure if he was following her, moments before we started watching. I don't know how long he had been with her, so it's really hard to tell. Like I say, he's playing a very cool game here, the persistence game, keeping up with her, doing a bit of browsing, kind of blending in. Very important thing that to mirror settings if you're trying to convince another. It's a well-known behavioral tool. If you can successfully mirror somebody or someone that you're trying to influence, it gives a stronger sense of, well, this, I can relate to this particular individual. So very good mirror game going on here. Yeah. He'll head up every now and then when she looks his way. Hey, giving it a little bit of a Johnny Bravo. Hoo-ha. So you can see that that matching behavior, that mirroring behavior with male Inyalas when they give that beautiful slow dance to one another to size each other up. It's almost it's like a ritual dance or kind of greeting, presenting when two big male Nyalas see each other or encounter one another. They move into this slow, steady dance where they kind of, all the hair on their back of their neck stands up, their horns are presented in a slightly different way that he's presenting to her. Instead the head goes low and the horns go up. Oops, just a little bit cornered here. We might lose them in a sec, folks. Oh, maybe if we're so lucky they make their way here. But in the meantime, let's have a look at these pearl-breasted swallows who have conveniently landed in the little bush over here. I do hope that they come this way and maybe show themselves nicely to us. There is a bit of a wall here just to the right of the swallows. So just behind that beautiful scotia flower, there's a little bit of an old dam wall, and hoping that maybe they come over that wall. If not, then well, it was lovely to have followed them and to have shown that little display of courting behavior, which I certainly have never come across before. So really quite a treat. So December in the southern hemisphere really does give off that that sense of new beginning, new life. I think it really does encapsulate the Christmas essence very well. So the majority of the swallows that we're having in this area that you saw as we briefly had a look at those rhinos a moment ago, majority of them are barn swallows. Barn swallows are a migrant bird. They migrate here during the southern summer, and they spend their non-breeding season here. So all they're really doing is recuperating from their breeding in the northern hemisphere, and enjoying a break from the hardships of raising young, as many families will agree with. and traveling down to the southern hemisphere to avoid much of the cold. It's a nice way to spend summer down here in the southern hemisphere. Sun is shining, it's warm. Yeah, what a great life it must be to be a barn swallow. You're just living in perpetual summer. What a great life. Of course, there's always the hardships that come with that. You've got to fly a good few thousand kilometers in order to achieve that, and you do that twice a year. So for a little bird that weighs a mere few grams, that is quite something. To cover such great distance. And that's why I was saying the other day, it's just how important these stopover points along their route are for in order for those migrations to happen. There's various important protected areas that exist along the way for the swallows to successfully perform that migration. And it's not only the swallows. There's a multitude of different species that make use of these passage areas to hop, skip, and jump to and from their breeding grounds in the north and to their non-breeding grounds in the south, and sometimes the other way around. And some creatures do come down here to the southern hemisphere and do their breeding here and non-breeding in the north. So it looks like our Nyalas have chosen a slightly different route. So slowly enjoy a little bit of landscape of Kariega. Nice beautiful ravine that goes up here into the hills and beyond. And this ravine here creates a beautiful little forested section along the river that leads into the Kariega River. Stunning landscape. There's some nice flock of barn swallows overhead. You can hear them chirping away. Very characteristic sound they make when they flock like that. It's quite a interesting characteristic sound that. There's a number of places throughout their non-breeding range, at least here in the southern hemisphere, where they roost in certain reed beds, and there's that very characteristic sound that they make when they getting into those flocks, and it's quite interesting. I don't know if those of you might have just heard that. It is it's a characteristic sound, and you'll hear it also not only when they're going into roost or coming out of roost, but shortly before they starting to migrate. in March, April, when they start getting ready to move to the north again, they start gathering every day into these kind of flocks, and they start giving a certain Twitter chirp, and it's almost like a call to action. It's like a call to action to get on the road and move again. So, as the flocks of swallows begin to gather overhead and indicate a move, let's go with that and go and have a look and see what's happening in Okokoyo.
Yes, thank you so much, Liam. I'm sure you're enjoying your time down there at the Eastern Cape in Kariega. Definitely was nice just to see all those swallows, and as well as that beautiful weeping boerbean that you showed us. Fantastic. I'm just taking a look this side. It's been quite active at the moment with a lot of the springboks coming through and the zebras as well. But I was still trying to do some birding, but it is just being a little bit tough. I did have looks like I looked back at it and it was a steppe eagle. So I had definitely a steppe eagle that was making his way down to the dam, but unfortunately it has flown away. No more in the sight. But I'm just going to try and take a look a little bit further up. It seems like maybe you can see a lot of the wind. You can see actually the water. It's actually kind of creating a lot of, like, how can I say, ripples. You can see how the wind is moving over. So it is quite a breezy day here in Namibia. Just taking a look if we can find any of the... I haven't seen many lambs yet, so as I said, I'm trying to figure out when the lambs are coming through with the impalas, or when the impalas are dropping their lambs, because it has been quite interesting, and I've seen a lot of their females are quite pregnant and they still haven't dropped the side. I'm so used to there in the Greater Kruger National Park, usually of course our November season, or November time is our baby season for the impalas dropping their little babies. But yeah, so far I haven't seen any little lambs here. And I think this year was, which date was it? 6th of November I got to see my first impala lamb. I was very fortunate. I was the one that spotted the first impala lamb on June of the season. So I was very happy about that. That was on, of course, Cheetah Cutline. And it was nice to see that youngster. But yes, of course, now they are full up that side. All the little ones are out. It's amazing how these animals, when to talk about the environment and how animals know when to come down and how many do come down to these pans. And it almost feels like they all congregate together in the tree lines, a little bit further up, and all waiting for the right moment. As soon as one herd comes down, it seems like another herd will come down, and they'll kind of almost take like chances of drinking from the pan itself. It seems like they don't all drink at once. Sometimes I've seen certain herds waiting in the background, waiting for other herds to finish off, and then of course they rotate quite a bit. Emma, 10 years old. Well, there's a couple of ways. First way, of course, you'll find that when a female zebra has her foal, and when the foal is born, it's pretty much it's just her and the youngster for a couple of days, just to make sure that she gets used to mom's patterning on the screen, or of course her stripe patterning, and as well as we'll pick up that the scent as well. Those that do a Fleming grimace, just exact the same as any other animal. They all got a gland called the vomeronasal gland that sits at the bottom of their palate. and when they pretty much pull back their top lip, that actually opens that passageway on the palate towards the vomeronasal nasal gland, and then that scent gets sent through and sent over that gland, and it picks up on exactly that individual. Is it mine? Isn't it? And what gender is it? And all that kind of stuff. So it gives just like an ID card. And of course, there's also another way of communication, vocals. So they will know exactly which one is which in the herd, and especially with the youngsters, when the mom is calling or the baby is in distress, each individual will know who belongs to who. So it is very important for that, especially if you're looking at impalas. For instance, impalas, you got like a nursery, so especially this time of the year. So you got these big nurseries of about sometimes 15, 20, 30 baby impalas that's sitting in a nursery there with the breeding herd, but of course separated from pretty much the rest of the adults, but they will have like a little nursery and looked over by a couple of females. And if they have to go back to their moms, they've got this typical little kind of little grunt, almost like an like the noise, and they can exactly locate where mommy is. So yeah, that's all vocals.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers. The morning, this went, got stuck there. Alright, so what I've picked up on so far, what I've marked down so far, so we had, our first one was the black-necked grebe. That was the one that we found, of course, always swimming around here at Okakuyo Dam, or the pan itself. And then, of course, we had the lonely Egyptian goosey. That is somewhere here. I'm sure it might be somewhere on the rocks. And then we had, of course, the little blacksmith lapwings. The pair of blacksmith lapwings, which has got a little chick that's running around here. Not the youngest little chick, but maybe
about 2-3 week old. And then of course we had our ringneck doves, or the Cape turtle dove. We had a few of them. And then there was a steppe eagle, so that's 5. That's a beautiful steppe eagle that came swooping past here into the big tree that's just to the one side of the pan. It's moved off. And then we've had those sort of Cape crow and red-billed aquilias, so that is 7. Oh, and we had the helmeted guinea fowl, 8. So I've got 8 species so far that I've marked down here at Okaukue'o Pan. So let's see what else we can find on the bird side of things. I must have to look carefully. I'm definitely also looking for the Namakwa sandgrass. There's the Namakwa sandgrass. Am I right there? I think I was right. Yeah. Namakwa sandgrass. I saw them the other day, which was quite nice to see them at the bottom. Actually, yes, definitely. I think all mothers have a motherly instinct. That's just a motherly instinct. I can't think of any animal that is going to have a youngster and just abandon the youngster, unless there's something wrong with it or something happened. But that is very uncommon. I think a motherly instinct in animals is one of the strongest bond that you do get. I mean, I've seen most mammals, birds. They do have definitely a lot of instinct, motherly instinct. And I mean, if you take a look at the lions, I mean, I know that they're in Djuma now recently, not in Djuma itself, but it was the Nkuhuma lionesses that was protecting the youngsters, and it was two male lions approached them while they were on a buffalo kill. And those 3 females, they got those 6 youngsters, 6 cubs, and of course those cubs do not belong to those 2 males at all. And of course, what happened? One male came into the area, and those females saw that male lion. Quickly, they got up and they kind of snarled at him, and they kind of gave this typical where they like lift their shoulders up, but drop their heads and start moving towards him. And all 3 females did that. And when they did that, they quickly realized that they're going to give those 6 cubs the time to get away, because that is danger for them. And those females went for those 2 male lions. There was a big fight between them, and of course, luckily, no one was badly injured in that. But those 6 youngsters also pretty much got away. So it just shows you, when it comes to motherly instinct, they'll even fight almost to the death just to kind of protect their cubs. So it's very, very strong. And as well, elephants. Female elephant, when a female elephant's got a calf, and very young calf, and not even just the female, not even just the mother of that calf. Pretty much all the females in that herd, actually the entire herd, is so protective over the young ones. So it just shows you any animal. Even zebras, I've seen zebras try to chase a leopard away from taking the fowl. So yeah. Motherly instinct is a strong thing, very, very strong thing. That's why you can think about, remember Kalamba when she had her 2 youngsters. I mean, how often she would go back and forth and make sure that they are well fed, that they got something to eat. She's not in a safe area, and she always would be up and down with those cubs, and sometimes just leaving them, and she would also continue going and just working so hard for them to grow, for them to get that protein to become adults. So yes, no, definitely, it's when mom comes into play, she doesn't mess around. She definitely wants to make sure that her youngster grows into an adult. And what's also fascinating, I'm sorry, I'll just talk about leopards now. What's also fascinating to me is when it comes to mom and daughter, I mean, how interesting is this? I mean, it's happened so many times. I mean, I remember with Karula, when Karula had her two daughters, of course, Shadow and Tandi. She was like, it's amazing, like with them as a mother, she decided to kind of give each daughter, a little part of her own territory, once they became adults. And so, of course, Shadow got to the western side of Djuma, and of course into towards Arathusa and Simbambili area, then gave Shadow that area. And of course her other daughter, Tandi, she gave pretty much the eastern or southeastern side of her territory. And just shows you, she even breaks off a piece of her own territory and kind of, how can I say, almost sacrifices her territory to her daughter and saying, well, take it, it's yours. So it just shows even that bond from then on is still so strong. So it was incredible. I'm trying to see if that step eagle's not up there. It seems like the camera stabilized a little bit more, and it's much better now. So it seems like the clouds are moving away. It seems like it's becoming a little bit sunnier. So let's see. Still a bit of wind. Still a bit tough. But yeah, no, the step eagle's not there anymore. It was there earlier. It was on top of this dead tree. But technically it was moved off. And some of these waterholes, I mean, what I used to do, explain there in the Kruger Park side, I used to always go into the park, and I used to go and sit at some of the dams, and I would sit there for hours. I would take myself a little snack box and some nice little drinks and water and everything, and I would go sit at some of the dams in the Kruger Park, and I won't sit there just for like a half an hour. Sometimes I would sit there for like 2, 3, 4 hours and just enjoy the sightings and enjoy what's coming down. And I remember when I did my studies in the beginning for my FOGASA in 2005. So of course FOGASA is the Field Guide Association of South Africa. So what happens is we have to do pretty much our first level, our level 1. And when I went to go and study for that, I went to go and sit at one of the areas on the Crocodile River. Just of course the southern side of Kruger National Park, a place called Hippo Pools, and because there was always hippos there, it was quite a stunning little area, nice crocodiles there, hippos, and a lot of activity. And I was staying in Marloth Park at that time, so I was staying pretty much on the other side of the Crocodile River, but inside of a wildlife estate. And I would go shoot around, go into the Kruger Park by myself, take my books with, take my snacks and my supplies with, and I would go and sit there at Hippo Pools, and I would just sit there and I would go, just study. And while I was studying, I was just watching so many different species coming down to drink, and I got so many great sightings, absolutely amazing sightings of elephants and rhinos, and I think there was so many different things, and it just shows you just sit there and enjoy it like that. And I think it's one of the nicest things that I take part in. I love it. Logan, yes, the things that I enjoyed the most was definitely, Logan, was tracks and signs. I love tracking. I love the survival side of things. I'm more of a practical person. I enjoyed, when it came to survival and what medicinal properties you can use from plants, where can you get water, tracking of certain animals, tracking for water, things like that, looking out for a dam. I enjoy that. So I was a very practical person, so I enjoyed that. But there was also a lot of other aspects. I mean, there was nice things, learning about, of course, your dangerous encounters or dangerous games, and certain ways on how to encounter them and how to approach them and how to kind of deal with things like that. So I saw that whole scenario on how you have to work certain things out when you're out in the bush, and I always thought that was, for me, quite fascinating. But there's also a lot of other things. I mean, birding, I love birding as well, so birding is always a nice thing. Look, everything, I think for us as guides, we can't really have one favorite and everything else not. We have to enjoy pretty much everything from the whole ecology and that. It's just how it works. I think it's very important, from the trees, from the geology of it. I think it is vital for a person. I'm going to zoom out a little bit just to give myself a better view on everything around, if anything is going to be approaching. A little movement, so there we go. Also looking out for any of those big elephants coming through. Some of these male elephants here at Etosha are absolutely incredible, and they're huge. They're gigantic and they're beautiful. Big males, and old males as well. A whole lot of birds that flew onto the other side there, as you can see. Just landing quickly. Let me try and get in here. Maybe we can get another one on our list, yeah. Oh, let's see. Go down. Wow, a whole lot of blacksmith lapwings. Wow, a whole lot of blacksmith. Oh, how's this flock of blacksmith lapwings? Is it blacksmith? It must be, yeah, it is. My goodness gracious. I think I saw the other day as well, but like not so large, but gee whiskers. This is fantastic. Nice to see so many blacksmiths together. I thought they were very kind of, what can I say, restricted to, not sharing these dams and pans and areas with others. So nice to see this. I'm trying to think which other lapwing. I think there's I think other lapwings that really fly in flocks is Senegals are by themselves, blackwing by themselves. I think crowns as well. I can't believe that it's so many blacksmiths together. Let's take a look at. I think the white crown as well. I think they do fly in flocks. That's the ones I always see quite often, and I see lappings together, and quite a few of them. And it'll be the white crown lapwing. But of course, the white crown lapwing you do not get. The side you'll get a white crown lapwing there towards the Kruger Park side. Not common at all. It's a very uncommon resident. And they usually pretty much use the sandbanks and sandbars along usually like big major river systems. But definitely a blacksmith lapping as well. It's just it's so common. And they're more around the wetland margins and adjoining grasslands and fields and. But I was just thinking, so they could be. They actually sometimes. Sorry, I might be corrected here with the blacksmith lapwing. So I think sometimes they are in flocks when not breeding. So they might be joining like as a group in the flocks and moving around like these ones are when they're not breeding. So that is the case. I might, if memory serves me right. We do see so many lapwings in Djuma, but we never really see them in the flocks. We always just see them in their pairs. Nice Gem's book at the background coming through. So I'm going to go out slowly, see if I can pan out slowly there. Or not pan out, zoom out slowly. If you do see any of those Namakwa sand grasses coming down, please. As you can see, this is an interactive show. So if you guys have questions, any comments or any suggestions or stories, let me know. I'm going to be waiting here, hoping I can answer as many things as possible for Escape to Nature. Oh, there's some kudu. Hey! Alright, so we've got a nice three female kudus coming down. Maybe yesterday we had some beautiful male kudus, of course, with those big spiraled horns coming down towards Okukuyo Pan. And it's quite nice having them around. And they just moved off as quickly as they came down, they pushed off. And there's the three girls here. So when I say talking about kudu, it's these three big antelope. Not the smaller ones. The smaller ones, they are known as springbuck. If you only joined us now and did not know any of these antelope species, well, there it is. Of course, in three female kudus, they are pretty much related. So when it comes to the social structure of these large antelopes, you'll find it's all family. Sisters and aunties. And then of course the springbucks is not the same. Springbucks are very much a mixed genetics between all of them. So it's just not all family. They're more in the harems and mixed harems. As well as the springbuck, you'll find that all of them have got horns. So it's just the kudu, the big kudus that you see on the screen on the right. Only the male has horns. The females do not have horns. And the male's horns are absolutely stunning. There in South Africa, Sand Parks, the South African National Parks Board, their emblem is the kudu. These big, beautiful spiraled horns. You don't see a male here at the moment. And those animals that's running in the background, you'll see that with all the stripes, and some of them are getting quite excited in the background. Oh, enjoying a bit of playtime there. That's of course all our plains zebra. They are coming through for a drink as well. Some are coming down, some are leaving, and a bit of interaction between the two groups. So my mission for on Escape to Nature on the dam cam is to see how many species of birds I can try and find. And I was talking about a helmeted guinea fowl, and they are busy coming down for a drink. So I'm hoping that we are going to see these birds that's walking on the ground. They can fly, so they will usually roost in the in the tree at night time, and then during the daytime they'll come down and feed on all the little seeds and berries that's in the area. Aletta is a kudu, the largest antelope that we can find. No, Aletta, that's the largest, Palesa. The largest kudus or largest antelopes that we do find around is your eland. So the eland is by far our largest antelope. So the kudus are quite large. I mean, the males are large. I mean, they can get up from 300 to 400 kgs, but the eland is definitely much larger. It can almost get up to a ton. So almost double the size of a kudu. And but they are quite large. I mean, if you think a kudu of a female of about 200 to 250 kilograms, I mean, it's not small. It's quite heavy. Of course, the males will weigh around about maybe 60, 70 kgs more than the females. Quite large, thick necks, bigger bodies, and of course having those horns on top of them. Oh, here comes another female down, and another one. That's always from the same family. They're just resting in the shady spot, the shady area. As well, many times if you see so many antelope and so many species together, it's always one of those things where you can imagine you've got thousands of eyes here and noses and ears, so you can actually kind of rely on your partner or your friends or your opposite species kind to look out for any danger, and if anything does come through, at least they'll warn each other. Okay, here comes our helmeted guinea fowl. Finally they have decided to approach the pan, but unfortunately the zebra is taking their spot there. That is not nice of you. Not nice of you. You might walk right in front of you. It's like somebody that pushes in front of you at a queue. Oh, and a zebra fowl that's also there. The poor old helmeted guinea fowl. I'm like, really we have to go and drink now. That was our spot. I guess they just got to wait till their turn. Kelly, the difference between a harem and a herd. Well, a harem is a herd. A herd is a harem. So there's no really difference. But the thing is, if I say like a herd of elephants, for instance, a herd of elephants, that's not a harem, because there's not one dominant male controlling that. But with the impalas, for instance, if you've got a dominant male controlling a harem, in other words, a lot of females, one male, a lot of females, you still call it a breeding herd. So it's a herd. So there's no difference really. It's a herd, it's a harem. It's same but different. If you understand, it's just it's the same thing. I mean, I can say it's a herd of, how can I say, let's try and pick up a nice one here. Because most things are in harems. But yeah, I think like elephants will be the best, or even buffalo. Buffalo is a perfect example. So a herd of buffalo, there's no harem in a buffalo. There's a lot of males in that herd of buffalo. That's a pecking order. Maybe there might be certain male buffaloes that will have be more dominant than others, but there is not one male that controls all the females in the herd of buffalo. So that's a herd. So that's also, you can say herd there, or you can say harem. It's either one. But you can't call a herd of buffalo a harem. The herd of impalas, you can call it a harem. Or even the zebras. So the zebras as well, it's a harem. So you'll have one stallion with all its mares, and of course a couple of foals to it. And that's pretty much his harem. That's his herd. I'm trying. I'm just distracted a bit quickly. I'm trying to see if I can find those guinea fowl. Where did they? Oh, there. Oh, that's it. One springbok is in the center. Has to be always that one. That one friend. No, there's another one. It's just in the water there. Alright, I'm not. Oh, there you go, the guinea fowl. Yeah, in front of the zebra. I think they're still trying to get to the water, but they can't. It's like they're not getting that opportunity. They should have come a little bit earlier. There's not much happening earlier, and then they would have had that opportunity. Oh, there we go. Get in there. Have your drink. I love the guinea fowl. They are such characters. all kind of congregating up closely together and making sure that they're not going to be split apart here. And the big thing for your helmeted guinea fowl is certain eagles that really kind of prey a lot on them. And one of the eagle species is one of my favorite, and that is of course the African hawk eagle. I love going for guinea fowl. The same as the martial eagle, the big, very big eagle species that we do get around. And going for these guinea fowls, so they have to also be on alert. Not that they are in a safe area. But if I was that guinea fowl, instead of walking all the way across these big open areas from those bushes, I think I would have just flown now. I mean, they can fly, so I don't know why they didn't just fly. I walk. Right, so we can definitely tick off helmeted guinea fowl. Definitely. Alright, let's pan out and let's see what other birds we can get on the list. So far 8. Let's see. And quite tough. I mean, even the small ones are going to be very tough because I don't think I'll be able to zoom into them. That's the only thing. The other night I also had Kori bustards. 2 Kori bustards here. Came down for a nice drink. It was late afternoon. So something is just Cape Crows, 3 black Cape Crows. That's also just there. So I thought I saw. I'm also looking for the Namakwa dove. So the Namakwa dove will be able to get this side, but I think they're so quick and so nimble. To really get them in frame is going to be very difficult. Very, very difficult. Yeah.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
Looks like as quick as all the animals came down, as quick as they left now. No, they don't. Pandas now all of a sudden it's just got the helmeted guinea fowl that's still drinking to the one side, and that's about that. I'll just scan over to. There's still a couple of springboks moving away from the pan, of course, the ones that just finished drinking. But yep, it looks like the pan is now a little bit quiet. Well, maybe this gives an opportunity for maybe some birds to come down, so that'll be nice. Of course we still got 1 or 2 springboks that's still in the area. I'm just looking at the tree on the left, you can see how it's blowing, so it just shows you the wind that's actually pushing here at Okaukuejo at the moment. Maybe that's the reason why the helmeted guinea fowl didn't go and come down, to the pan with means of flight, because I think it's just, maybe this wind is just too much for them, and they'd rather just stick to the ground and run along. This makes it a little bit easier for them. Pamela, most exciting thing that I've seen at Okaukuejo was, well, I haven't seen any cats, so I think black rhino, definitely. Black rhino is definitely, like something that we don't get in the Sabi Sands. I've seen black rhino not even a handful. I think I can even work it out. three times in the Sabi Sands, and that's not much at all. I mean, that's for like I'm talking about, up to 16 years. I think 3 black rhino. So to see a black rhino coming down here towards Okaukuejo to the pan itself, that definitely was quite exciting. Nice just to see them again. That's and just to see how robust they are and how the strength and just the attitude. So yes, definitely that has been my sighting so far at the pan. I'm sure Lisa and Alex can give you many more other better sightings that they've had here, because I think Lisa's seen lions this side. I think they've seen cheetah as well, yeah. Have they? Okay, I'm not too sure. I'm just picking up sticks here, but yeah, I'm not too sure on that. I know they saw lions. I know Lisa saw lions. But I haven't seen cats. I like cats. But those are nice, the big male elephants. And those big male elephants are also awesome to see. Nice to see those males coming up for a splash and a drink and that. So just to witness them in their greatness and giantness. I love it. They are absolutely huge. But everything's nice, but even like all the zebras coming through. Lenny, this tree. I don't know this tree at all. Namibian trees to me, some of them are. I know the quiver tree of Namibia. Yes, the quiver tree, definitely. But this tree. Unfortunately, I can't go in too close because I want to look at the leaf structures and all that, but it's very difficult. It looks like a simple leaf structure, in other words, it's just one leaf on a stem. And the bark looks very smooth, but that could be due to elephants, of course, rubbing themselves against it. If anybody can give me an idea exactly which tree this is, that would be wonderful. I would really love that. Trees in Namibia is not great. But the quiver tree is beautiful. I know the quiver tree is a very iconic tree in this area, and further south more in towards the desert area, semi-arid areas. And I know I've got to see quite a few of those quiver trees around Sosa's Vlei, and I think what was it called? June 45. June 45? Was it June 25 or June 45? I must actually take a look. That was so many years ago. So yes, I've got a couple of those quiver trees that side, which looks very airy but quite stunning. Maybe Jordan will know exactly which tree this is. Thanks, Jordan. So yeah, no, it clearly shows it doesn't know the trees in Namibia. But yeah, maybe if anybody does know, please let me know. I would like to find out this species of tree. It's so difficult. Just to trust me, if I was in the Kruger Park and you just had a picture like this quickly of a tree and that, I can 10 to 1 I'll be able to identify it. But because it's so far from the Kruger area, if I give a name, most probably will be wrong. If I look at a tree like that, and it's in a Kruger, I would think it's more like the jackalberry is a little bit darker. The jackalberry's trunk, the bark is darker, the trunk doesn't really look like that at all. It doesn't sway to the side, it's much straighter. So, yeah. As I said, I'm not going to give an answer to that. I'm sure somebody will feed us what tree it is. A lot of acacias on. Okay, thank you. Okay, I just got to answer here. So, it is. So this tree is known as the Ana tree. A-N-A tree. Ana tree. Thank you very much. So it is an Acacia albida. Okay. Plate Herbia albida. Thank you very, very much for that. I really appreciate it. The Ana tree. I'm definitely going to search that one because I enjoy my trees. I'm definitely going to search that one up and see exactly all the information on this tree. It's nice. It's quite a beautiful tree, and clearly a lot of animals enjoy utilizing the shade of this tree. But if it's a part of the acacias, and what if it's got thorns on it? Might have. Let's try and see. Let's see how close I can get here. I think I'm going to try my best to get in there. Yeah, it looks like it could have some thorns, but it's so difficult. It's just making me all woozy looking into that. There's a shaking there, so everything pan out. Alright, the Ana tree. Definitely Okuyo is not as busy as yesterday and the day before. Right, well, as you know, it is 12 days of Christmas, and it's coming to the end of 12 days of Christmas. And once again, we always play the bingo game on our Sunset Safari, and I think nobody won it last night, the bingo game. I think nobody won it. And it was very close. I think Ben was really pushing for a win, and same as Lauren. And fantastic. Lauren got that brown hyena last night, which was absolutely amazing at Madikwe. But yes, it is 12 days of Christmas, and we are, of course, going to have our last couple of days on our Sunset Safaris with a bingo game happening. And please make sure that you join us for that, and we will definitely be naming the bingo champion right at the end on Christmas Day. So stay tuned for that one. That is going to be quite exciting. See who the bingo king is going to be, or queen. Well, tonight, I think today is going to be the day. I think today is going to be the answer on who's going to take that one. I've got a feeling it's a very important day of bingo today. If I was there, I would know this would be. I would have been sitting down with my pen and paper, strategizing, working out. I think I would have been planning my strategy for this afternoon's bingo game. But you never know, maybe I'm strategizing my bingo game, my virtual bingo game on Bandcamp for this afternoon. You never know. Alright, well, we're going to just enjoy the sounds of Okuyo Pan and listen to all the birds and all the amazing things that's happening in the background. I'm just going to scan out to the one side as well. If I can see there's some nice Springbok and Impala. It's just moving through. I just want to see, because I know that the elephants have been coming down from that side over the last couple of days on the right. So I'm just hoping that we can get us something nice and substantial at the pan. Lenny, yes, I'm sure. I think this water's got a lot of minerals. I think because of the borehole. Because you remember, when the water's coming out from underneath the ground, it's going to go through a lot of soil types, and as well as going through your calcification area as well. So you'll find a lot of that calcium, a lot of that lime that's going to be inside of this water, which is very good for the animals, which is very good for a person as well. If you're used to it, if your stomach is strong enough to withstand it. But I think a lot of this water that's sitting in the pan itself is definitely high in minerals. And also it depends on how deep that borehole goes. But it's definitely picking up all those mineral particles coming through. And it's going to be quite good for the animals. And as well, I think it's, well, when I saw the elephants busy splashing around in the pan the other day, unfortunately, yes, they were urinating and defecating in it, so I'm sure a lot of minerals coming out of that as well. So I think all put together, I'm sure it's not lacking in minerals at all. Yes, Daisy, definitely. It's definitely a lot of, I love all the bird sounds to it, and of course all the quillias going crazy in the background, and also the crows. I think it's those Cape crows that's with a typical that quah, quah noise to it, and it's absolutely a typical crow sound to them. And you see them now and again passing the camera quite a bit. But I'm still trying to figure out a little bit on this this tree, this big tree that we've got here. I know that they said it is the Anna tree, and I'm just trying to see if a little bit more information on the Anna tree, because it's definitely something I like to look like. And also, apparently there's known as a white acacia. So I'm not too sure on that. That's what I say before I say anything. And he's pretty much a native, I think they say it's native of South and East Africa, so he's pretty much native to this area, which is good. And you can grow apparently up to 20 to 30 meters in height. So 20 to 30 meters, that is very high. So this is not a small tree, it's not a small acacia. Right, and I've got some information that it says, so there's also straight white thorns, typical acacias, just like your scented thorn, your sticky thorn, your flaky thorn, your red thorn, very much those long white thorns on the acacias. And this one, of course, comes in pairs, so of course the two white thorns, they pretty much come in pairs. And they also bear fruit. So the fruit is from around about September to December, so I guess it's coming to the end of the fruiting season. It is September to December. I wonder if you can actually eat those fruits from the anna tree. Christine, yes. I went to Namibia in 2011, 2012. I went with two more friends because we were all three of us were working in the Sabi Sands, and all three of us were working at different lodges, and our leave time was exactly the same time. So we all three of us decided to pack our bags straight after our 6-week stint in the Sabi Sands, and we met, funny enough, at Gowrie Gate. And from Gowrie Gate we shot through to Namibia, and it was fantastic. Of course, we went in there from the Kalahari area, so we went through the Kalahari Park, which is fantastic, beautiful park. That is something that the person must see. But unfortunately, we only spent a day in the Kalahari, which is one of the nicest areas that I've seen around the northwestern side of South Africa, and spent some time there, had a good time for that day. And then we went into a place called Aus, went to a little town, Aus, and it was quite an interesting scenario, because there was no real kind of places to stay, and we actually we found this little white house in the distance, because first of all, in Namibia you can see far. It's flat and you can see very far. And while we were driving and it was getting late and we needed a place to stay, so we saw this little tag coming out, like a town tag coming up on the side of the road saying Aus. And we thought, okay, well, this is not a bad thing. So we turned off and we carried on driving down this one road. And in the distance, we saw this little kind of white hut, kind of a small little house. And we stopped there, and that was the only little place that we could find around there. And it was getting now very late, so we decided to ask him if there is any bed and breakfast places, guest houses, little places that we can stay over for the night. And the person said, oh, well, this is a guest house or a bed and breakfast. So we looked at it, and it's like it was pretty much like it was a little kitchen and one big room, and it was, of course, us three. So we said, okay, well, we had no other option, and we pretty much took that offer up, and we stayed over the house. And the next morning we woke up, and they gave us this little pamphlet, and we looked at it and showed us there's some wild horses around the area. Well, that is not a bad thing. So, I mean, I've never seen a wild horse. So I thought, not a zebra, but a wild horse. And so I said, okay, well, let's go and take a look. So we took a look at the map, took a look where these wild horses were, and off we went. And we found the wild horses eventually. After like about an hour and a half later, we found wild horses pretty much tucked away in the thick area, and we enjoyed that moment. We actually enjoyed it, and after that wild horses, we decided to go then further north. And off we went further north, and we got to a place called Sossus Vlei, where there's those big dunes, because it's so stunning. You're driving, it's flat. The road is as straight as a ruler, and for kilometers. And all of a sudden these big dunes just come out of nowhere, beautiful dunes. And we went to one of that dune, I think it's Dune 45. I'm trying to think, Dune 25? I think it's Dune 45. I think I'm right on that one. And we went to this one dune called Dune 45. It's a well-known dune in Namibia. It's so high, so you can park your car and you can actually climb this dune. And I thought, well, I'm going to try and do it. And I climbed that dune, and I tell you, it was the most tiring thing I've done for many years, is to climb that dune. And I made it to the top. I was, out of the three of us, I was the only one that made it to the top. My other two, my one other friend was not physically kind of, how can I say, in that category to get to the top. And my other good friend, he was definitely fitter than I was, way fitter than I was. And we played cricket together, we played touch rugby on the Arethusa airstrip together. I knew that he was way fitter, and he did not make it to the top. I got to the top. I was the only one that got to the top, and he chickened out maybe about 3/4 of the way to the top of that dune, and I felt like a star. I felt so good. I think I still got photos of it as well. Got me right on top, and then second, and of course my other friend that did not really hardly get to the beginning of it, he was at the bottom and he took the photo. So anyhow, so that part was nice. Sossus Vlei was very good. And then of course from there we camped, and it gets really cold. I think we did this in August, and at night time Namibia gets quite cold. It's not the warmest of places, especially camping, but it's beautiful. I mean, you just got to be prepared. That's all. It's not saying that you're going to die of hypothermia. It's just that you've got to be prepared to have enough jackets there, and to withstand the cold. And it was nice. And then from there we went to a place called Swakopmund. And Swakopmund is pretty much much further on the coast of the west coast of Namibia, and just north of Walvis Bay. I think south of Walvis Bay. And we went there and we stayed in a backpacker's place there, and we met so many amazing people. We stayed at Swakopmund. We stayed for about 5 days, which was fantastic. And they got like this, they got a museum there with all these minerals from Namibia. It's like Namibian minerals and all that, which was, I think it was stunning to see. One of the biggest mineral balls that they actually pulled out from underneath the ground here in Namibia. And it was quite stunning to take a look at that. And they had the most amazing oryx steak. No, but that was very nice. I enjoyed that. We all enjoyed it. It was good. Namibia is fantastic, and of course, good beverages as well. So yes, Namibia was a nice, good experience. And I definitely want to do that once again very soon. Very, very soon. But this time I want to go further north.
Hello, my name is Melanie, and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Madikwe, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
Sorry, and that one right over my head there. Sorry, go with that one again, Jordan. Andre, okay, so that is 45. Yeah, so I was right with that one. Thanks, Andre. But you say the Big Daddy is the monster. I'm sure I can do the Big Daddy any day. But yeah, thanks for that one. I'm glad that you also did Dune 45, Andre. It is quite a tough one, but it is so amazing. And like we did it. I don't know what to do past there now. Looked like a hornball to me. But Dune 45, you got to do it early in the morning or late afternoon. You got to catch it at the right time to see the sunrise or the sunset. You got to see either one. So you can't do it midday because it's just not gonna work. And plus it's hot and it's gonna be miserable. Got to see the sunrise. So go early in the morning, get up there, or late afternoon. I think the sunset is better. For the sunset, you can have a sundowner on top of it. So you can, so after that hard work getting up to Dune 45, that is definitely some good old sundowner drink will help you refresh. Oh, all the wildebeest are busy. What's happening here? What are you doing? I think they just got excited and moving away from that area that's just behind us. But yes, Andre, I would love to know where's the Big Daddy? Where's Big Daddy? Must be close to Dune 45. I know there was another Dune close to that side. I can't remember. And I think you're right. I think that is called the Big Daddy. Because it is. And I mean, like, after doing that, I mean, I don't think oh, that's why. Look at it. Oh, yes, look at it. Doo-doo-doo. Finally, I've got an elephant that's coming down to Okokuyo. Hey, and it says this is the Big Daddy. Yeah, he's Big Daddy. Yeah, and there's a second one coming. Fantastic. Looks like we've got two Big Daddies coming down here. This is wonderful. At least we can see these big boys, and I know that the male elephants here at Tosha are absolutely gigantic. I mean, just look at this boy. Just look at that swagger walking towards the water. Everything just parts way. Like, everything just gets out of the way. So, thank you. Cheers. See you later. Bye. Yeah. This is fantastic. Especially this one in front. Look how large. Look how big his head is. Big trunk, thick trunk, big body. And I mean, this is a proper 6-ton elephant right here. So 6,000 kilograms. And I just love how they walk when they're coming towards the water. It's almost like a little bit of that excitement as well. Can't wait to splash themselves, can't wait to have a drink. Of course, going straight for the pipe, that first one you can see on the left, going straight for the pipe just to make sure that there's no nice clean water coming out of the pipes, because they are quite fussy drinkers. So you'll find as soon as he is going to go and drink now, he's just going to skim the top. He's just going to take the layer off on top of the water, making sure that there's no sediment. He's not really bothered about that. I think he's getting involved. He's just getting involved. Alright, well, definitely they are showing their hindquarters to us, but that is fine. At least we know the name, but I can't wait for them just to start splashing. I'm sure they will. It is around Okokuyo today. It is about 35, 36. It's definitely warm enough for these boys to have a little bit of a bath, a cool down session. It's nice seeing this. Many times you'll find that elephants, big males like this, wandering by themselves, or sometimes you'll find 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 together. I think not long ago, Chris there in Pridelands had 12 male elephants. I think it was 12 male elephants, if I'm not mistaken. 12 male elephants together, walking past his vehicle. So sometimes the males will join up with each other and that, but most of the time you'll find males just wandering by themselves, not really involved with any of the herds, the breeding herds, and the males aren't involved with raising any of the calves as well. and they will pretty much be by themselves or with other males. A big reason for that is I know that I've read up in these areas now, and there was also a guy that I spoke to many years ago in the Western sector, and he was the father of one of the guides, a guy called Ian White, and he did a lot of studies on elephants throughout the Kruger, through to Botswana, and all over the show. And they say now elephants now in the greater Kruger National Park, because you're looking at a vegetation that is very rough. A vegetation that's rough, very coarse, a lot of grit to it. The wear and tear on an elephant's teeth or on those molars is way higher compared to the wear and tear on the teeth of elephants that's situated in Botswana and in Namibia. Because the vegetation in Botswana and Namibia is much lighter, much easier, much less wear and tear, not as rough. And of course, it all comes down to teeth. So if you've got less wear and tear on your teeth, you are going to survive longer, because then you can eat that certain amount of food or vegetation or whatever the diet is. Now, of course, the elephants in the Greater Kruger Park, you're looking at their ages of getting to only looking at about plus minus, I'm giving a rough estimate, a plus minus of about 60 years old. Of course, it's coming down to the wear and tear of the teeth, because now once the first set of molars is worn down, the second set will come through, and the elephant's got 6 sets of molars. So once it starts wearing down, and once the 6th set of molars is worn down, and that's around about 60 years old there in the Greater Kruger Park, that elephant cannot put that amount of vegetation back into the system. Of course, it has to put about maybe 5% of its body weight, so it's about 250 to 300 kilograms of vegetation that it has to eat per day. Now, with no teeth, it's not going to manage that, and eventually it's going to lose body condition and eventually die of starvation. But elephants now, you're coming to Botswana, coming to Namibia, because that wear and tear is so way less on those teeth. They say the elephants around here can get up to about 70 years old, plus minus. Once again, a rough estimate. So they can get about 10 years older than the elephants in the Greater Kruger Park. And elephants in captivity, there's hardly any wear and tear on their teeth, of course, being fed oranges and bread and things like that. You'll find that wear and tear on the elephants in captivity, their ages, or the age they can get to, is up to about 80 years old, plus minus. So it just shows you, teeth is so important. And I think that's why you'll find these elephants here in Namibia, even in Botswana, quite large, especially these males, because they can eat so much more, so much softer vegetation, and so much easier to get through it. And of course, getting up to about 70 years old, most of their lives as a male elephant, they will spend by themselves. So you're looking at from about 17, 18 years old, when these males get to about 17, 18 years old, that's when they will get pushed out of those breeding herds, those big breeding herds. And I haven't seen a breeding herd yet at Okaukuejo. I know that Lisa and Alex have. I haven't seen, I've always seen just male elephants here. But in those breeding herds, of course, controlled by the matriarchs and with all the youngsters in it, and the calves and other females. And when these males get to that age of 16, 17 years old, of course, puberty, become sexually active, of course, testosterone, all those things are pretty much quite high now in their system. And of course, become agitated, become aggressive, and then they start pushing the younger ones around, the little calves, in those breeding herds. And then you'll find the matriarch and the females in those breeding herds. When that does happen, they do not tolerate it at all. It is not going to be, it's not acceptable, because now you are busy picking and bullying the youngsters, and those females do not enjoy that at all. And then they usually slowly but surely start almost pushing the males out. That's why many times, if you look at a breeding herd, sometimes you'll find sometimes how can I say, other males, younger males, just falling behind all the time, and because they're getting pushed out by the matriarch and by the females, and eventually they get pushed out completely at about 17, 18 years old, and then you'll find that they will wander by themselves, or they will join older males to gain some experience as well. But it is always nice just to have such amazing, gentle giants coming down to the pan. And there's definitely that one on the left he definitely reminds me of the friend that could not climb June 45. I think I saw him yesterday. I saw one of them, but I think both of their, like you can see, both of their tail hairs are pretty much missing the tip of their tail. And I think maybe walking through these areas, through these thorny areas, I'm sure that many times you'll get those tail hairs all snagged on to the branches or something like that, and of course pulling those tail hairs off. And they're quite thick. They're like little wires that's coming off the end of their tail, and it gets snagged all over the show, and then it kind of pulls it off. So especially if you go walking in the bush and you're walking on an animal pathway, and especially a pathway that the elephant utilizes quite a bit, you'll find that sometimes you'll find little hairs of the elephants lying on the ground or snagged on these thorn trees. Looks like those are some of the zebras that have come down to join the two big male elephants. I'm just looking at those tails. Margaret, why is the water so low? Margaret, I'm not too sure. I thought this is how it's supposed to be. Yeah, no. Oh, splashing around there. Margaret, I'm not too sure. Maybe they haven't pumped it. If it's supposed to be a little bit fuller, is there supposed to be more water? I think there might be, maybe a little bit more. Maybe they haven't pumped. Maybe they haven't utilized the borehole yet for adding some extra water and injecting some water into this pan. No idea. I thought it was fine. Or is it actually getting low? It looks like it is getting low. Sorry, I'm just looking at the water line around the dam itself. Or the pan. I keep on saying dam. It's not a dam. It's a pan. So used to dams in general. But yeah, it looks like the water line around this pan is a little bit higher. Maybe another some meter further up. Yeah, I think they maybe just haven't used the borehole and pumped water in here. I'm sure they will do it very soon. But yes, as you can see, these two male elephants are absolutely now enjoying a good old splish splash here. just cooling their bodies down. You'll sometimes find how they'll actually chuck it underneath their belly and as well behind towards sometimes the ear area. Because there's a lot of blood vessels running just behind the ears, so that kind of just cools down the blood itself. And once that blood flows through the rest of the body. And as well, when they flap the ears while it's wet, you can imagine it's the same as you put your hand into a bucket of water and then you swing your hand around. Of course, take your hand out of the bucket of water and then swing your hand around. You can actually feel how nice and cool it gets. The same thing, when they put that water and splash it behind the ears and then flap the ears, it cools the blood down, and then once that blood circulates through the body, which takes around about 26 to 27 seconds to circulate, and then of course it cools the body down. Got to love him to bits. Alright, just coming back to the dune and talking about Namibia. I know that apparently the Big Daddy is the tallest dune in Sossusvlei. Thank you for that. Thanks for that information there. I really appreciate it. It says it's 325 meters and it dwarfs the other dunes. Wow. Well, that is definitely a Big Daddy. That is huge. 325 meters. I don't think I'll be able to climb that. That would be quite a tough one. I think after that I'll have calves like King Kong. And you see how the one on the right hand side, the elephant on the right, just resting his back right foot. So many times they do that. You can imagine having all that weight on you and standing on those legs and the feet all day with that weight. I think it must be so tiring. That's why you'll find even elephants, when they go and swim, they love it. And I think it's that moment of time where it's like a little bit of freedom of taking that weight off your legs, off the joints. And I think they love it to bits. I don't think these two males are going to swim in there. I think it's just too shallow. I think there's more splashing around to be the game here for now. We just seem to while we watch these two elephants, let's enjoy nature. Let's enjoy the noises that's happening all around here. Maybe you can hear them splashing around.
especially. Less animated children. Okay. Supposed to be proud of nice sort of alright. Some of the cheese, yeah. Sounds like a gate pin drop.
Terry or Kerry? Sorry, I might have got that wrong. Terry. Terry, the furthest elephant can travel is by itself. It's a great distance. I mean, there's been recorded areas. Oh, there's the twister. Twister's just gone past. There's recorded moments of elephants actually going from the southern side of Kruger Park. A male that was known as the Duke, D-U-K-E, Duke, and he used to be always seen close to the Crocodile area, Crocodile Bridge, and he used to travel far north, and he's been seen right up at Olifants, Letaba area. And talking about kilometers, I think that's about 100 and even more, about 200 kilometers north. And he used to travel up and down on that one, on the eastern boundary of the Kruger Park. How's that throw? You know, that elephant chucked that, almost chucked his buddy full of mud and water there. But yeah, they can really travel fast, so it's not like they only do short distances. And I'm sure these elephants around here as well. I mean, I think Tasha, I read up there was about, 8 million hectares. 8 million hectares. That is a large reserve. Very big. And so I'm sure these elephants, if there's no water in one pan, they can travel great distances to look for other water. And especially the older males, or males that know where to go to. That's why you'll find the younger males with the older ones, because they understand. That they have to trust them and let them show them where there's other water sources. Oops, I think my thing just went. But yeah, and then it's the same as the matriarch. So you'll find like the matriarch of the breeding herds. They know where to travel to. So if it's drought, if there's a lack of water. Water is, once again, especially for elephants, very important. It is highly, highly important for them to have water. And so they put a lot of trust in the matriarch. So on these drought times, years that there's not much water around, she'll know where to go. She can travel, if it's not one pan or one river, she can travel great distance with that herd on a mission to try and get to the next watering source or watering hole that's going to have some water. So that's why even being a matriarch in these breeding herds, there's a lot of responsibility to it. And you've got a whole family that's relying on you. So yeah, so traveling distance-wise, even a lone animal, a lone bull can travel a great distance. Even a herd of elephants, a great distance just to find water areas that it feels that is sustainable for that period of time. It's nice. You can see how he's still lifting that back right leg of his. He's taking a little bit of a break.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
Earlier, and I was fortunate once. I was on a bushwalk and I actually found some elephant tail hairs, and those are years ago. And of course, because it's so thick, it's like wire. I actually could weave the hairs and intertwine them between each other, and actually made a beautiful bracelet from it. And it was quite nice because it's quite robust. It's, those hairs at the end of the tail is quite robust. But I can see the elephants here in Namibia. I haven't seen not one of the males. I'm sure it might be the same males I've been seeing over and over. But the ones that I do not have any tail hairs at the moment. I can see. Just can try and zoom in on the one here. I'm just a bit worried about this camera. Zoom in a bit better, yeah, there's nothing. Both of them. Looks like the elephant on the right hand side. He's just watching all the other animals coming through. You can see the typical flaring of the ears, making himself look good. Oh, and he's mixing it up a bit. There we go. Good old. Try and keep nice and cool for now. I think what they'll do, and it's been happening quite often now with these males, they'll come in here, have a little bit of a splash, keeping their skins cool, keeping their bodies cool, and then they'll actually kind of almost like take a bit of a nap. And when elephants sleep, it's not like a long thing. They sleep for very short intervals, sometimes 20, 30 minutes, and then they'll move on again. And when they do sleep, they'll usually always lean their trunk on the ground to rest their trunk, and you'll see still the ears will be flapping and the head will be still moving now and again from side to side, but they'll have a quick little snooze. For now, I think they're just trying to keep cool. And it's amazing how they use that trunk of theirs. So the trunk is such an important part of the elephant, because without that trunk they cannot drink. You cannot suck up the water with the trunk and spray it into the mouth. So it's like almost like a straw for them, but of course they have to spray it back and spray it out, and it goes into their mouth. The trunk is very, very important. But there has been certain issues that elephants do pick up on, lazy trunk disease, and that's sometimes a time when they cannot use those trunks. Some nerves will die in the trunk itself, and then of course it becomes almost like a paralyzed trunk. Well, they call it a floppy trunk, a paralyzed trunk. And that does happen, and of course you cannot get any water, and then what happens then? All of a sudden, dehydration. Alright, well, you see doing a toilet break in the water. That's exactly what I was saying just now. Every time they do, they're number one and number two in the pan. And it's like, yep, there it is. Let me just move away. He's done. Judy, sorry, found in elephants? Which diseases are found in elephants? Only in elephants. Well, definitely, I'm sure the disease, that lazy trunk disease, that's one of them, because I don't think there's any other animals that's going to have a trunk around here. What other diseases that's only found in elephants? I don't really think much. I mean, I only can think of lazy trunk disease, and that's about it. Looks like the elephants are just moving away from the pan now. I think they've done. I think they had their fair share for the afternoon, or what's the time? Yes, this afternoon. I think they're now nice and fresh, and I think this is exactly what they did last time. They actually stood exactly where they are now, and they stood there for like a good 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes. They're putting their trunks down on the ground and just keeping still, almost having a bit of a quick snooze. No. Oh, maybe that one wants to move on. But yeah, I'm not too sure on how many elephants there are in Etosha. I'm definitely going to go and look that up. If anybody knows, please let me know. Or not exact amount. I mean, you can never get an exact amount, but it's really quite interesting just to see the population of elephants in this area of Okokweyo, Etosha itself. Because I think there in the Greater Kruger Park they put a number on around about 16,500 to 17,000 elephants at the moment. And the carrying capacity for the Greater Kruger Park is 12,000. But 12,000, when they put that number down as 12,000, it was done under drought time. So not when it's wet and that, under drought. So in other words, if it's a normal rainfall, normal rain season, no drought, I'm sure 12,000 will go up to about maybe 13,000. So sitting with 16,500, 17,000 elephants in the Greater Kruger Park, I don't think it's a huge train smash. I don't think it's something to be too much alarmed about compared to other places. I know there's other places where like the current capacity is very low, not very low, but it's like about 30,000 elephants, and they're sitting with about 140,000 elephants. Now that's a train smash. That is a problem because they can do a lot of devastation if there is too many. And so it's always very important to keep those numbers, to understand the numbers and understand the size of the reserve and how many you can have of that specific species, how many you can have around in that reserve, because you do not want to do too much damage. Sorry, D, you say 2,500 in Mashatu. Oh, okay. Etosha. 2,500. Okay, well, that's interesting. Maybe because of this landscape, maybe there's 2,500 elephants in Etosha, and because maybe it's not as, how can I say, dense as you find the Greater Kruger Park. I mean, the Greater Kruger Park is savanna woodlands, so I think that's why maybe the numbers is so much greater that side compared to Etosha, where you've got way bigger like pans and salt pans and open clearings and not as much vegetation as the Greater Kruger Park. So I can understand maybe that's why they worked that out and they cannot have more than that specific number. Because if they do, it's just going to destroy everything that's around. Definitely got some resting elephants here. Now I'm just going to try and get back to that dam, although, yes, that again, pan, and I just want to double check if we're not going to miss anything. But we've got two male elephants that looks like they are having a little bit of maybe a quick snooze here. It doesn't look like they are, but that happens like that. It's always a lot of fidgeting and moving around but standing still, and especially those trunks that's leaning on the ground. It's always a clear sign of elephants that's resting that heavy trunk. Oh, it doesn't look like anything else is happening. It's just those two big boys. It's
Some roads are good, some are, You also drive on the dead road, gravel road? Yes. And it's similar than that you and all done with the some are very good. Some even the car, if you can afford the pieces, will just follow The flapping of the ears is to keep those veins behind the ears too. Those veins are right behind the ears. So if you come into the water, often you see them press putting water behind the ears and then the whole head open. That's mine out.
Looks like these two boys aren't moving too much now. I think maybe in the next 5 or 10 minutes they'll start moving, heading to area for something to eat. And elephants have to. If you look at elephants' diet, they have to eat so much. An elephant has to. A big male like this, as I said, about 250, 300 kgs of vegetation per day. They poop out around about 150 kilograms of dung per day. So it just shows you that they have to eat 5% of their body weight, and only 30% gets utilized, 70% gets really passed through, and that's why they have to make sure that they cannot sleep for too long. They have to eat at least about 85% of their 24-hour day, so pretty much eating machines. And if they cannot find food, then they have to move, so they cannot wait for too long. But I wonder if it's now these two male elephants will always take the same route coming down back and forth towards the pan itself, because it is quite a nice prominent little track that they're on at the moment. I'm sure they use always the same one. There was an amazing elephant track in Kruger Park, in the Kruger Park itself, on a road that was between a camp called Skakuza and another camp called Lower Sabi. And this road was running pretty much parallel with the Sabi River, also known as the Lower Sabi River, a little bit further down. But there was an elephant highway, and we call it an elephant highway because this elephant track came pretty much from the vegetation towards the river area. And they rated that elephant highway was as old as over 100 years old, because it was almost that highway or the elephant track was so, the indentation in the ground was at least about maybe 30 centimeters. And every time you would wait there, give and take maybe an hour, 2 hours, you would always see big herds of elephants coming down and using that same track back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And it was close to a place, if you know the Kruger Park, at the south of a bridge called the High Level Bridge. And that's exactly where that track was. They actually dated that highway as around over 100 years old, which is incredible. Using the same track over and over. I can imagine how many elephants have been past that little spot. Wow. Oh, I think the whole thing went crazy. I don't know what happened there. Interesting. Sorry. I can't get this thing. I'm going to try to get it unstuck here. I don't know what happened then. Looks like the whole one. Sorry, Vincent, I'm getting to you now. My cam up fell off the vehicle. I'm coming down. I'm just trying to figure out this thing quickly. Yeah, it looks like this camera just went a little bit crazy on me. Alright, sorry about that. It looks like the camera, as I said, it looks like the cameraman fell off the vehicle there. So, it looks like that was a little bit of a funny moment. Oh, that was funny. Sorry, yeah, as I said, strange, yes. When I'm in the bush, there's definitely more kind of control for me, but yeah, anyway, yeah, I'm just, my hands are in, my hands at the moment, it's just in the air. I'm just putting my hands in the air. Alright, well, before the cameraman falls off this vehicle once again here at Okokweho, the Pan, let's head over to Djuma to see what's happening on that dam camp. Alright, so we are at Djuma at the moment, and yes, it just looks like that's quite not too much happening, but it looks like a beautiful day at Djuma. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right. Well, from Djuma, it looks like not much happening at Djuma. Let's head back to Okaukuejo to see if the cameraman the vehicle. All right, we are back at Okaukuejo. I'm just going to take a look to see if those two male elephants are still around the area. I think they might have moved off by now. I think maybe they even got a fright and everything didn't. Anyway, let's take a look. Yep, well, they're gone. But they were beautiful. Oh, there they go. I can just see the one just moving away. Oh, and the second one. All right, well, we're going to let them be. We'll let them move on, and hopefully they can get some nice food into their tummies for the day. And I'm just going to come back towards the Okaukuejo pan. We've got some nice gemsbok here. This as well, enjoying the watering hole, and some of the springbok to the left as well. But yeah, I'm just gonna let enjoy a little bit of nature silence, which nature is always beautiful. Just to listen to nature, just to listen to the sounds, the birds, the quilias. I think even the lapwings are going crazy now and again, and as well as I'm trying to listen out for the black neck grebe. They've got a beautiful call, and they are in the watering hole, so let's just take a listen quickly. Oh, got some there. As I was doing birding this morning, so that was a big thing that I was like feeling it today. I was feeling this birding thing at Okaukuejo for some reason. But unfortunately, earlier on, the wind was quite heavy, and there was a lot of wind that was happening. And I'm just watching that. Just, I don't want to press the wrong thing. I just now go all over the show again. But yeah, and I picked up on so far 8 species of birds around Okaukuejo for myself here this afternoon or this morning. So I'm just trying to take a look if we can pick up on anything else. It's a little bit tough. I'm still looking for the Namakwa dove. I'm looking for the Namakwa sandgrass. Those are the 2 things I'm hoping that I can at least put on my list around here, just using the dam cam. If you haven't been with me this morning with the birding, I'll tell you exactly what we've had so far. I've had the black-necked grebes, I had the Cape Crow, I had a steppe eagle, which was fantastic. I had a steppe eagle as well today, and I have Egyptian goose, the blacksmith lapwing, red-billed aquilia, the helmeted guinea fowl, and there was one more that I had. I'm trying to think. I think it was a pied crow. Oh no, it was there was the Cape turtle dove. That's it, turtle dove. So 8 so far.
It's the end of another year here at Wilder. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
They come a little bit closer to the water, these two Kori bastards. As I said, I also had a pied crow, so we've got 10 on the list now with the birding here at Okaukue'o. So 10 different species so far. And how nice is this to see these this pair of Kori bastards moving towards here. Absolutely large, beautiful, beautiful birds. And that's it, largest flying bird. And the weight of the Kori bastard is around about, it can get up from about 5 kgs and it can go right up to around 15 kilograms. So 5 kilograms up to 15 kilograms. That's how large these Kori bastards can get to. And the height is around about 110 to 140 centimeters. So the height is not big, but I mean, I think it's the weight. If you're looking at a stork, for instance, a stork, a yellow-billed stork is about 130, I think 120, 130 centimeters. So the height will be the same as the stork, but the weight is the biggest thing, of 5 to 15 kilograms. And they are seen as near-threatened birds, so it's definitely one of the protected species as well. So you don't get to see many of them. I've seen not many inside of Djuma itself. I think I was explaining the other day. I saw one there at a place called Cheetah Plains, just on the western side of the Kruger Park boundary. And you can see one of them that side. But they enjoy more open plains, more savanna grasslands. That is more their kind of habitat. And of course, definitely eating a lot of things like your insects, and that's a lot of grasshoppers, even more reptiles. So sometimes you'll pick up on skinks, lizards, geckos, and a lot of that. Unfortunately, I'm not going to try and zoom in because I know that the zooming, unfortunately, the camera has been wobbling a little bit today, so I'm just going to keep it where we are now, at least we can get to view them nicely. As you can see, those two pied crows just to the right there. So that's definitely perfect. So I'm happy that we're at least getting some of the birding done, which is fantastic. I love doing it here. And well, it's going to challenge me now for tomorrow. So if I can see how many birds I can get for today around this pan, I'll definitely try and take a look again tomorrow. And I see also quite in a distance as well. I've got another two birds that I see there, but I cannot. I'm just a little bit worried that if I try and get in there, it's going to start wobbling way too much. So I'm just going to try and see. You can see them moving around there. I don't know if it's a raptor. It looks like a raptor of some sort. I'm going to try and get there very shortly. I'm just taking a look here. Fortunately, the other screen is not on at the moment. But yeah, I'm just going to try and take a look a little bit further up into where those other ones are. I'll see if I can get a bit in. No, that looks like that. Alright, I'm going to pan out a little bit and we're going to get back to the pan here. It looks like I'm not going to win with that one there. So I'm just coming back this side. I see all those blacksmith lapwings still moving around, still quite active, and definitely something that I haven't seen in Djuma for quite some time is so many black wings together. Alright, well, we're enjoying a couple of sounds of nature around this area. It's always good, it's always beautiful. And it's always nice just to take a look at or listen out for anything interesting. And that's what I always enjoyed about the drives as well. When you used to always just sit on a crest, and put the turn off the vehicle and you just listen, especially early in the morning or even late afternoon, like when the sun goes down, you just turn it off and you just listen. And that's like always for me one of the nicest times. And that's when you start listening out for hyenas calling, alarm calls of some sort, lions roaring, leopards soaring. And it's always nice just to listen to nature and just to sit back and appreciate those moments. And we were talking about the other day, I think funny enough, it was actually on a fireside chat about Tingana, and of course it was Tristan and myself who were chatting about vocalization, calls and vocalizations of that leopard. And afterwards we actually sat down and just had a conversation, how many times have you heard certain individuals call and all that. And Mulawati, the male that hangs around there at Jim, you hardly ever hear that male calling, ever. Now and again, but hardly ever. But with Tingana, when I was at Arathusa, it wasn't just on one occasion. I think I got to hear Tingana call so many times, so many times, sitting in the lounge at night time with my guests, and just chatting, and next moment in the background, and that kind of stuff. And it was absolutely so amazing. And even in the morning, before we had, how many times have we found Tingana because of him calling? So in the morning when we were busy having, of course, our coffee and tea and biscuits and getting ready for our sunrise safari, and next moment in the distance across from Arathusa's watering hole or towards the airstrip or somewhere there, you would hear him calling and how it's over and over. But Mulawati, I don't think I've heard him maybe once or twice, maybe twice, but that's not lots. That is, especially I'm at the camp and hearing him calling so little. It's a strange thing. Maybe he just doesn't like his own voice. I'm not too sure. But Tingana definitely. And the same as a male called another male leopard called Mafufunian. He used to call. That male used to do the same thing. You would hear him over and over and over and over, and it was. It was incredible just listening to him. So maybe, maybe that old young male, or Mr. Fluffy Ears in there at Juma's side, maybe you will one day take after Tingana and call as much as he did. Anyway, it's still here, and you can see that there's a lot of cloud cover coming through now, and something has just chased everything away here. It might be those two Corey Bustards. Corey Bustard, that just was at the one side. Let's see if I can just move to the side there. You can just see the reflection of the one. I'm not too sure where the other one is, but how well do they blend in with this stone and the coloration around this area? They blend in so well. And I can just see. If it wasn't for the reflection, I think I would have passed Corey Bustard and right past him. Oh, here comes the other one. Moves to the right now. Just getting pushed on and moved on by Mr. Zebra. Pushing there. Don't mind. Move out the way. And as well, it's amazing with the Corey Bustard. So if they do feel threatened, a Corey Bustard will never fly. if there is another predator in the area and the Kori bastard does feel threatened, what they will actually do, they will actually kind of slink away and try and be stealthy and make sure that that predator does not see them instead of flying. Sometimes trying to take off, you're flapping your wings, you're running, so being such a large bird of about between 8 and 15 kilograms, and you have to try and take off flapping the wings and running, definitely you're going to draw a lot of attention to yourself, and you're not going to be the quickest bird to take off, being so heavy. You'll need a little bit of a runway. So they usually will just kind of just scurry away slowly without being noticed. Alright, that's it, there we go. Come on, you can zoom in, zoom out there. So yeah, as well, for usually this time of the day, we'd always try and take a look, and we are very fortunate here at Okaukuejo to get to see those black rhinos, and many times that do come through to this watering hole. I was just hoping that we are going to be very fortunate for this afternoon, but you never know, things can change. So it goes, keep a close eye. Oh, a little bit of a shady movement there. And I love it when these springboks really go to the center of the pan, especially not being as tall as Gemsbok, and they do go a little bit more forward. I'm sure that'll go quite deep there, because I saw that a Gemsbok went into the center of the pan, I think earlier this morning, and it definitely looked pretty deep, and he was not too happy being right there. But yeah, I think those springboks are not going to go any further from where they are now. And it's interesting, as I said, there's only certain animals that will actually enjoy going into the water like this. Your zebras don't. Your zebras will go a little bit, not too high, not too far in. Impalas, no. Kudu, no. They will definitely not go into the water exactly where these springboks are. The Gemsbok and the springbok, they don't mind at all. Yolanda, I think the animals will know the water's safe to drink, because, I'm sure they've got enough senses. I mean, their senses are much more acute than ours are. Sense of smell, and they'll pick up on very quickly if that is water that has been contaminated by maybe like something really serious. But other than that, I mean, their enzymes and their system, as it is, as a wild animal, is very, very strong. I mean, they can really kind of break down a lot of bacteria if they need to, compared to us. If we have to drink any of that water, we will get really sick. But the animals, they break it down much easier, and so yeah, they can pick up on that very quickly. It's the same as elephants. Well, elephants more so, because elephants, you'll find out of most of the animals that you see around here at Okaukuejo, elephants will be the ones that's going to pick up water that's not good for it, for themselves, because they would rather kind of get rid of any sediment, any muck, any algae that's maybe floating on top, and rather just get to just more of a cleaner water source. But other than that, they'll maybe go for those pipes, those inlets. Other than that, the other animals, they'll just drink. I saw, who was it the other day that actually one of the leopardesses was walking down, I was Tlelamba. So she was walking down Gowrie Main, and we went just through the Molawati drainage line. We were coming up towards Twin Dams. And on the right-hand side, there was a pan. But that pan looked, and of course you can see she was thirsty. So she went straight to the pan and not knowing anything. And we stopped next to the pan waiting for her to come and drink. And it was not, the pan was about maybe 30 centimeters by 30 centimeters. That's sort of small. It wasn't much. But there was water in it. But on top of that water, it looked like bubbling green algae. It was really not looking, I can say, healthy. And when Tlelamba came down to drink from that pan, she quickly picked up, and you can see she sniffed, and she did not even lap once. She didn't even try and take a little sip or anything. She just kind of sniffed at the pan, and then she moved on, and then she went south towards Baboon Pan, where of course that pan was much larger and much cleaner. Not clean, of course, not for us, but for her, much cleaner. And then she had a nice little drink there. So just shows she actually picked up that scent, most probably the smell of that water. You can smell it was manky, it was definitely not healthy, stagnant, and not a good thing to consume. And we're talking many times about certain things like animals picking up on water, and is it good? Is it fresh? Now I was talking about elephants. Now elephants, one thing, because they do enjoy the clean water. So I think I told the story the other day, and it was amazing that one of the lodges we used to have that Lister pump, a old like a listed motor, that pumped up borehole water, just like here at Okakuyo Pan. That's a borehole water into the pan in front of the lodge, just to make sure that there is water in that pan, of course, water for the animals. And as soon as we used to pump that Lister engine, it sounded like a truck. So that engine, that Lister, was a very old engine, and it went very loud, very deep. And you would sit at the lodge after turning it on. We'll go back to the lodge. You'll sit at the lodge and watching, of course, the fresh water coming out now into the pan. And you would sit there, and it would not take long. It'll take maybe 30, 40 minutes. And you'll start seeing these big, just like this, big male elephants coming through from nowhere. Coming in, and because that lodge was next to the Kruger Park. And coming in from the Kruger Park, coming in from the north, from the south, everywhere. And they would just come, and like, sometimes you'll have like 3 or 4 big male elephants around that pipe that's pushing the water out into the pan. And you realize, as soon as you turn that Lister on, those big elephants, they know exactly where to go. When they hear it, that noise travels far, and they'll know exactly where to go to get that fresh water. Just for fresh water, nothing else. So yeah, it just shows you. And even digging for the elephants, digging into drainage lines, into riverbeds where there's no water, there's pretty much a dry riverbed. I love doing that many a time. You can see how the elephants dig, and you can smell that water around about maybe up to 1 meter to 2 meters down underneath the sand. You can smell the clean water. And they dig, and let that water filtrate through that soil, the river soil, and cleans it nicely, and it's nice and fresh for the elephants. Even for myself, I've drank water many a time from those holes. Many a time. Sorry, I missed, was it a comment? A question? Sorry, I missed that. I must estimate how many zebras will come down for a drink. Yeah, well. Well, there's more to the. Maybe about 15. There you go, done. Easy peasy. 15 zebras will come down for a drink. For now. But sometimes there is so many zebras, yeah. And that's another thing. I think you asked me earlier, what's your favorite sighting so far here at Okaukuejo? And I said yes, a black rhino, definitely, because it's definitely something that I haven't seen that often. Zebra was chasing those birds away. But I think as well, another big thing was I enjoyed watching these big herds of zebras and that kind of thing. Alright, so we're playing a little bit of a thing here just to see how many zebras will come down to drink. Now, this is, of course, this herd, including the herd that's in the background, I guess. It seems like these are the only two herds. And of course, our directors, Jordan and Dee, Jordan says 23 and Dee says 20. The zebras will come and have a drink in the next 5 minutes. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see then. Let's just start counting now. Oh, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, 8 zebras here so far. And well, the ones in the back, let's see if they do come down. Oh, they are coming. Are they coming down? No, they're moving away. Oh no, they're moving away. Sorry. I think my eyes was playing tricks with me there. Alright, so we've got 8 so far. And as I was talking about the gemsbok, now typical, the gemsbok are nice horns in my life, or the metal gemsbok. Look at those horns on him, absolutely stunning horns. And I was talking just now about that gemsbok that went pretty much almost in the middle and looked like he was not too happy, and felt like he realized it wasn't that shallow. And I'm just going to try and say so. 8 so far. Thank you. I think I might win. Once again, I think if I'm not playing bingo, I guess I'll have to play something else. Huh? Well, looks like these zebras have decided to move away. Look at what we don't even have one now. So much for all our zebras. But looks like these ones are just pushing away. There's another thing I still want to try and find out while I'm thinking about it. Is how many pains does Natasha have? Oh, it's got the Kikuyu. The Kikuyu is one of the pains. So I'd like to see how many pains there are in Natasha. Well, clearly I cannot go and drive around there now, but it'll be quite interesting to know. Alright, so my bird list for Kikuyu, I don't think unless I get those tuna mackerels, but other than that I think 10 is going to be my number for this afternoon so far. I don't think I'm going to get another one here. I might. It's very difficult with this wind and with the wind that's pushing the camera from side to side. Oh, what's on the rock? What's on the rock here? No, not that rock. That's got those quarry busted, so I'm going to come back to them now. And then there's another rock here. Hey, got a terrapin. There's a terrapin. On the rock. Hello. Now I wonder if it's this one of the hinged terrapins. I don't think it's a serrated hinged terrapin, this. Oh, definitely take a look which terrapins we get here at Okakwiyo. That would be very cool. I'm just taking it out, just sitting on top of that rock there. Sunning nicely and definitely perfect. I mean, it's for terrapin here in this water. Little arthropods as well. And sometimes you'll find if animals do come into the water and they've got any kind of parasites, you'll find these little terrapins will quickly swim up to the animals, just like the oxpecker, and nibble off any kind of parasite that's remaining on them. Like the ticks and the fleas, anything like that. Let's see if it gets the opportunity to do that. The funniest one I've seen is where an elephant was swimming, and of course there was two terrapins that were very excited about this elephant that was in the dam, and they were swimming straight towards the elephant, thinking, well, this is their day. Like their day has been made. A big elephant in the dam. And it's just busy, kind of just enjoying the water. And thought, okay, there's so many ticks on this elephant, huge ones and small ones and medium ones. I thought, okay, well, now they've got pretty much a buffet that's happening there. And of course, these two little terrapins went up there, and of course they went to go and nibble off one or two little ticks. And of course, the elephants do not like it. That's why you'll never find oxpeckers on an elephant, never, because they don't like anything being on their skin. So of course these terrapins, not knowing any better, they're going to nibble two little ticks off the elephant, and of course this elephant got a huge fright. This is a true story. Elephant got a huge fright. Of course he got up, he flared his ears, he turned around, and you can see these two little terrapins like swimming away now, like slowly swimming away. But unfortunately, while they were trying to swim away, this elephant was not happy, and he saw this, and he just smacked his trunk into the water where those two little terrapins were very happy with their mouth full of tick. The elephant just smacked his trunk into the water where they were, and we didn't see those terrapins again. I think they got blasted out of the water or under the water or somewhere, and they just disappeared out of sight. It's definitely from a good day thinking you are going to have the most amazing meal until you get thrown out of the restaurant. So yeah, definitely go pick your battles there. Anyway, this is going to scan out a bit again. Nice to have a little terpene. Oh, what is that on a rock? Sorry, I'm just trying to look. I know that's oh no, sorry, it's a alpha springbok. Okay, let's go back out. A little bit of a shaky, yeah. Let's look at your two Kori bustards, those two beautiful birds that still are roaming around here at the pan. But yeah, let's enjoy this moment with some of these animals and yeah, let's enjoy some noises here. It just seems like a lot of zebras have pushed off. It would have been nice just to take a look. Yeah, I thought they were going to come down for a little bit more of a drink, but they're not too keen to have a drink right now. There's another hit at the back. So yeah, maybe Dawn will be celebrating her 23 zebras drinking at once. You never know. Looks like almost 23. I think it might even be more. They keep on coming out. Look at those numbers.
Ja, kesterut, ja. Die reine für die Kesterut, okay. Ist das was mit die reine und die Steinleute? Oh. Kijk, dat is het tip. Die olifant. Maar vandaag ook was dat 2 olifanten. Misschien komen er nog. Ja, kijk.
Yeah, there is a lot of zebras coming down now. Yes. Okay. Nobody can change their decision. It is once you've decided, that is that. That's how many you've decided on. Jordan and D. I don't think we can change how many zebras are there. We said Jordan said 23 and D said 20. So definitely there's way more than I said. I think I said 40. I think I said 40, didn't I? I think so. No, I think I only said 15. But anyway, yeah. Wow. And this is always nice. This is exactly what I was talking about. This is one of those moments where I really enjoy just watching all these zebras coming down. And don't get to see those too often. Alright, so now let's try and count. Are we busy counting now? 1, 2, okay, let me check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 33, 34, 36, 37, 39, 40, 41, 42. 42, that's what I count. I don't know. 42 zebras in a row, yeah. Well, 42 zebras that's going to be in a row very soon. Alright, yeah, you guys can be the winners. Definitely, well, you definitely got a better score than I did. So, I said it was 15, so yeah. I will give it to you ladies there. Definitely. You ladies can take the win for the day. For now. It's not bingo, so. A lot of cloud coming slowly but surely, and I know it was actually quite amazing last night or yesterday afternoon. I had this huge cloud cover that came from the left of the screen through to the right, and it seemed like it was definitely something out of a horror story. It looked quite crazy, but it seemed like it's not too bad this afternoon. That definitely doesn't seem like there's going to be any rain anytime soon around that side. Alright, so it looks like not too much other than the zebras and the springbok that's hanging around here. And as well, still taking a look. It looks like the Kori bustards are still close to the water area. I think they are. I think that hopefully I haven't lost them. I think they're just to the left.
E eles deixam-me sentar ali.
Sentar? Aquilo é um mirador,
Well, it's nice to see some wildebeest coming down to have a drink as well. So always nice to see another kind of species around. It's amazing, as I said, how they actually taking turns here. First with the zebra, all taking the entire pan up, and now we've got the wildebeest that's decided to come into the area as well.
Esse foi assim, Laurinha, vamos ter esse aqui. Agora ao contrário, é assim. Não tem nada para não estar tanto a saúde.
And I wonder how far these wildebeest are actually. I'm sure they travel quite far into those tree lines. I'm sure they go quite deep in if they're actually looking for certain short grasses that they do feed on. And definitely there is nothing around where the Okukuyo pan is. Unless there is a little bit of the shorter shoots that's coming through, but maybe in the far back end area. But definitely not around here where this August concrete is. Because I don't think that certain grass species is not going to get great sunlight and being covered by a lot of these rocks. That's pretty much lying the area full here just around the pan. So that's, I think, maybe a little bit further outskirts, maybe closer to the tree line area, that we'll actually find them grazing more so in that, into that direction.
Não queres o quê? Só eu que estou a dizer para vir, não é? Não quero. Vens e acabou. Vens aqui, se faz favor. Vens aqui. Não, há mesmo. Não, é que eles vão comer. O que é que vais comer? Ok, a gente também tem aqui. Está aqui o pão. Oh, onde é que está cheio de pasta? Até pasta está aqui. Cheio de tudo. Vem para cá então. Tudo faz a vida. Não tem quê? É fruta. Eu tenho. Ei. Não, pronto. Mas é que não dá para amarrar com o chapéu, vai estragar. Ó, cadê? Eu vou ter cuidado. Mas tem o chapéu, é melhor. Olha, tem aqui bicho, estou vendo. Ah, tá. Onde é que está o saco? Está aqui. Pronto. Tem alga? Eu tenho mais. Muito seco e tenho aqui. Olha, está aqui. Não quero um apelo. Ó, papá, Luca. Esse é, eu tenho muito seco. Está aqui o pão, está aqui o fiambre, queijo, manteiga. Está aqui, isto é. Tenho maçã. Olha, tem dado 100, mais um obrigado. Olha, eu tenho dividido um obrigado. Papa. Olha, estão aqui as coisas. Ai, tu vou pôr ali.
O bar estava desligado,
Não.
O vosso estava
Senta, papá, ó.
Não desligaram?
Ai, agora não. Eu que desligar. Olha, e eles têm coisas. Tá, mas pronto. Nós temos aqui cães que andam na saída. A preocupação está lá, já se tomou lá. Então, as nossas preocupações já estão lá. Vá, está aqui. Rato, o que é que queres comer? Maçã? É? Pai, tanta comida, depois acaba de fazer cá fora. Devíamos é saber que é carne.
Melissa, no, they're not the wild cows at all. And they're not considered as wild cows. I think you think of maybe buffalo, the Cape buffalo. That's more part of the, or closer related to, of course, the cow itself. So yes, wildebeest. They are their genus is part of the Taurinus family, not part of the Bibonodidae family. So Bibonodidae pretty much is almost the family of the kingdom, and the order of it is completely different. And the subfamily comes to this Alcifinae. And Alcifinae is, of course, a subfamily coming off from your wildebeest. So you've got the blue wildebeest, your black wildebeest, and of course you've got just different sub families from the wildebeest species. And that's exactly, so they're not really kind of part of any cow family or wild cow. But they are very much just like grazers as well. That's like typical, I can say, your cows, your buffalo, zebra. So pretty much just very much like grazers. The species, the main species is the Taurinus.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Join me, James Hendry, on an odyssey through the most adorable, fascinating, and heart-stopping moments that we have experienced here on Wild Earth.
Não, eu tenho um canivete, só que está na mala.
Nunca tinha acho.
Tem que ser uma das facas do jantar lá.
Eu tenho um canivete.
Não. A faca da carne. Ela pensa que tem para mim. Já passou.
A Maria
Tem aqui, mas
Já mordeste?
Isso é o quê? Toma, mas não pode. Então pode ir lá, ué, Maria. Tá aqui lá, vai. Leva o teu pão com manteiga e vai comer lá. Pode ser?
Well, yeah, I'll try to do as much birding as possible today. But yeah, so definitely was not. It wasn't too bad. Well, 10 species. That's not too bad at all for Okokweyo. Unfortunately, though, that you can down at the moment, so actually we're spending some time here. And see if anything is going to come further through the side. I'm just taking a look if I'm just still holding thumbs if we actually get those black rhinos coming here, or even some giraffe. We did not even get giraffe today.
E agora, Jade, como é que é? Seu rapaz tem 4, tem 4, assim, e são os flechas. Então deixa eu agarrar com as duas mãos, se não se cai, quem é que é faca? Faca
Oh, I would have rolled it. Oh, wait, it really like this Kempsbok with like a skew horn, like a broken, deformed horn. Oh my word. It's like, it looks quite sore. I wonder if that's poking that Kempsbok in the back at all. He has to turn his head and see that one on the left. To turn that head, unless that horn is like really already detached, or maybe just like kind of not like a stiff and stable structure, so it might just bend easier. But yeah, it looks a little bit uncomfortable. But it's I don't know, maybe the condition doesn't look good in the poor Kempsbok. I'm struggling for some of the things.
Arroz, cenoura com panado, cada uma com uma lenha.
Michael, yeah, there's several birds that's on my bird list that I haven't seen. Sheesh, there's definitely some of. Well, I actually completed. There was 3 of them this year that it was on my list. It was part of my list that I got to see. The Marina Trogon, Carl's fishing owl, and Marina Trogon, Carl's fishing owl, and crowned eagle. So I was very happy about. So, but one that I still definitely, a bird that I would love to see and get to, like, I can say, sit with and just enjoy. I'm trying to take a look. Definitely, I think it's a certain crake. What is it? It's a corn crake as well. I love to see the corn crakes. The corn crake's very difficult to see, and also the dwarf bittern. A lot of my friends have always said dwarf bitterns. They've seen the dwarf bittern around the areas and that in the Kruger Park, but it's very uncommon, very, very uncommon, and they're always in the reeds, tucked away, and it's not the easiest of birds to find. So definitely, a dwarf bittern will be one of the birds that will be on my list. But it's doable, definitely doable. I mean, it's always. As I say, you just got to look carefully and look in those reed areas. And along the rivers, definitely along the rivers, the Sabi River, up to the Olifants, the Taba area. You keep your eyes peeled for those birds. Almost looks like a heron. Almost looks like a squawker heron or a greenback heron. A lot of dust in the back left corner there. You see, I thought it might have been something that's coming through for a drink there, but clearly nothing else.
Vou pôr um picante. Não vou publicar aquela fotografia. Olha, tu nem sabes o que é que faz.
There's one wildebeest hanging back by itself. Is it a wildebeest? No, it's a youngster. On the same. Oh yeah, hanging back here. And the rest of the herd is busy moving off. So this young wildebeest is just enjoying a little snack. I'm sure the wildebeest from last year's calves. You can see those little horns straight out, pointing straight out. So like we call it a yearling.
Sentiram o barulho que a gente faz? Está fazendo os animais. Os humanos fogem, imagina os animais. E a Maria entrou em pânico. Foi. Eu fui em pânico. A gente estava ao pé de um cão. Depois ela ouviu uma história da mãe a dizer que os elefantes são os bichos mais perigosos e vão para cima de sangue. Eu disse que eram o bicho que eu mais tinha respeito. Tinhas medo porque só via histórias.
Maybe he's picked up on some sort of, maybe some grass or something there. And you can see he is chewing. Maybe it was a little bit of a unfortunate to have something there that was between the rocks or something. It's difficult to tell. Oh, the rest of the family's gone. The rest of the herd is gone. What do you find? Okay, they're still waiting outside. All right, well, I'm going to sit a little bit longer at Okaukwea. Let's head over to Andrew as he wants to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon, hello everybody, and welcome back to Amakhala Game Reserve out here in the Eastern Cape. Yeah, it's a nice, very cool day today, and I see the animals are all enjoying the nice cool weather this side, and so are we, that is for sure. Hello again, my name is Andrew, and I do have Mr. BK behind the camera. We hope you're all well and excited to be out there. I know we are, and we hope to find some nice animals for you, 100%. Really nice sighting. The zebra and the giraffes all together here, just relaxing, enjoying the cool weather, but also trying to warm up at the same time. Ah, look how flexible that neck is. Wow, did you see that? Licking its nose with its tongue. I don't often see that actually. And a couple of times you might see them actually licking their eyeball with their tongue. I've seen that a few times. Look at this. You know, to see a giraffe sitting down is fairly uncommon. And that's just one giraffe. But you see all of these giraffes sitting down at the same time. It's a very special sighting, this actually. In my days when I used to be a safari guide taking guests out, often they used to ask, do giraffes actually lie down? Because you just never really see it. And of course they do, and this is their positions in which they'll lie down. Legs will be splayed out as comfortable as possible, not to lie on the legs. That's the key. Otherwise it does cut off their circulation, and it's not good for them, because they are very heavy animals and they can cause some damage if they're lying on their legs. And look at this. This is a magnificent bull. There's two bulls here, but particularly this one in the front here. Look at him. He's great. we go, just licking the nose and the lips. And their tongues are extremely long, between 30 and 45 centimeters long. Interesting. Now, yesterday we had a very close to a 40°C day, and so the animals must have been extremely hot and exhausted. But luckily today, temperatures followed. It is cooler. It's about 28°C now, so we are 11 degrees shorter of what it was yesterday. So a drastic change. Cassandra, how's it going there? So Cassandra, it does take some time. I'm not sure how many seconds, I've never timed it, but it's a good few seconds. So what they've got to do is, they've got to lift up they've got to get into the position to get their back legs in the stand-up position. Then they lift their back of their body, and then they shift their weight to the front of their body, launching their body onto the hooves, and then, you know, picking itself up. So it's a good few seconds. You are quite right. If predators are in the area and they are responding to giraffe sitting down like this in a vulnerable position, that it can be very, very risky for them. But that's a good reason why, you know, giraffe, they do sit down in very careful areas. They're not going to go sit down in that bush that you see at the back there, too thick. And also just to, you know, there's quite a few of them that are around here. So, and they all have their eyes open. So they'll see danger before it gets too close, hopefully. And then also, another adaptation is to coexist with some zebras or other species of animals. Someone's going to see danger at some point, hopefully, if you're coexisting with different species. You can help each other quite nicely. And this one's having a good old scratch there. And you can actually see how worn the ossicones are. It's shiny on top. There we go, like that. That is definitely a bull, and of course this one's a bull. Been fighting for a number of years now, causing the hair to wear away. Never gets a chance to grow back because of the fighting. And also they're thicker. And the females do have those black hairs coming out, and they're a bit thinner because they don't really use the ossicones. It's more the males that are going to need those ossicones. See, watch now, Cassandra. You might actually see it stand up now. So the zebras were shifting behind and sort of just made this giraffe maybe think that maybe it's going to be better if he gets onto his hooves. But it seems he's settled down for now. Oh, this one's fast asleep. Wow, that is... Okay, no, sorry, it looks like it's licking there. But they do sleep sometimes like that. The one that's got its head down, they'll curl, yeah, sleeping. Yeah, so they actually curl their neck like that, and sometimes rest it right on the furthest part of their hind quarter as a resting point. And this is when they are extremely sleepy. And I can see why they're so tired. Yesterday was awfully hot. It's one of the hotter days for the summer, and they would have been exhausted. Heat exhaustion is very real in the bush with the wild animals. So I don't think they really were too comfortable yesterday, and today, you know, it's been cooler. They are sort of feeling the effects from yesterday. Another bull giraffe doesn't want to be left out. Posing, giving us his best side. Aren't they just wonderful animals? They really are Very unique animals, being so tall. But just talking about how vulnerable giraffes can be, I'm not sure if any of you have actually seen giraffes running at full speed, but they already do pick up speed. But now the problem is one, they've got hooves on the bottom of their feet, which can be slippery. So, or not slippery, but more, it lacks traction for the most part. So when giraffes are running through the bush, you know, they do have to worry about where they run. But it's interesting, out in the Kruger National Park, there are a few tarmac roads out in the Kruger National Park itself. And lions out there have learnt that a tar road is no good for giraffes' hoofs. So the lions that want to hunt giraffe, what they do is they simply herd them. They chase them into an area where they're likely to run over the tarmac road. And as soon as they hit that tarmac road, going at what, 60 kilometers an hour, there's a good chance that it's going to slip and animal is going to come down. And once that animal comes down from running at a full speed, I mean, it's going to break a bone. It's more than likely going to break something on the way down. And then lions catch it and they overwhelm it, opposed to jumping on its body while it's still running, because they're going to get kicked quite severely and can kill them. So what they do is they'll just chase them over the tarmac road, and once they fall down, the lions will overwhelm them, and then they'll have a huge meal. And there's been some research done on that, but a good percentage of the giraffes that are killed in the Kruger National Park are in fact on the side of tarmac roads. So it's just amazing how wildlife really uses sometimes human technology into their benefit. Hey Renee, yeah, it's a very smart strategy. Very smart. Now, if you're a predator in the nature and you've got to deal with prey that are sometimes very smart, they have a willingness to survive, they want to survive, they don't want to just die. And so you can be the best hunter all day long, but at the end of the day, a hunter is going to need a very, very good strategy. And that goes with anything. If you're going to get good at what you do, you need strategies. It's just very picturesque, the sighting over here. Oh, Carol, first for you. Ah, no, good. I'm glad you get to see this then. One thing I'm noticing, and I'm not sure if you all notice this as well, but look where the zebras are and look where the giraffes are. Now, zebras know full well that giraffes have got phenomenal eyesight. And if there's any chance that a predator is going to be spotted, the giraffe are going to spot it. So the zebras, it looks like they're using the giraffes as a boma, a protected area around them, with very good eyes, like little watchtowers. Very clever move, that. Not sure what's happening with the zebras there. Looks like a few disagreements. Every now and then they want to kick each other and they try and bite each other's flanks. So these two, of course, they seem like they've got a nice little friendship going. And grooming and scratching each other. Wow, Nathan, that's a good question actually. I'm not 100% sure of the diseases that are associated with giraffe, but there's of course disease out here. Anthrax, I mean, oh yes, that does come to mind now. Giraffes can get anthrax, believe it or not. Now, some of you might be familiar with anthrax. I know back in the day it was used for terrorism. That someone would put anthrax. Look at those teeth. Jeepers. Zebra's got some big teeth there. Ah, look at that. Looks like your teeth, BK.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah, so anthrax. So back in the days with terrorism, people used to put anthrax in letters and then post it to someone they didn't particularly like. And then as soon as that person opened a letter, they would get severely sick, because anthrax is dormant in spores. Now, anthrax is a natural disease, and often, you know, sometimes animals might get anthrax, they die from that anthrax, and then their body decomposes, and then the skeleton is revealed, and it just sits there for extended periods of time. Then giraffes, because they do osteophagia, which is when they're walking through the bush and they find some bones on the ground, they take those bones in the mouth and suck on them. They need the calcium. They really need that calcium to form their bones nicely, to make their skulls nice and dense, and for the bulls to make their ossicones nice and strong. But now, if an animal died of anthrax, and then a giraffe comes along and starts to disturb those bones, those spores are lifted, and that's when you get an anthrax outbreak yet again. And giraffes have been known to get anthrax. They can also get rabies. Any animal can get rabies. We can get rabies too. There's a warthog sitting in the middle there. This is an example of a female giraffe. You can see nice and thin ossicones. And some black hairs on top. She might stand. Let's just see what she wants to do. There's a few of the mouse birds just flew in the background there, speckled mouse bird. And a rufous-naped lark giving a nice call beyond us. And the warthog showing off his buttocks over there, putting his bum in the air like he just doesn't care. Oh, did he stand up? Ah, this bull. There's so many things to keep track of over here. So the bull just stood up here. Look how tall he is. My goodness. Maybe another one will stand. Yeah, I always love it when giraffes, when they stand up and they are taller than the horizon, because it just reminds you that giraffes are tall animals. And to be taller than the horizon, wow, you have to be long. Yeah, he's magnificent, having a bit of a stretch. Whew. Beautiful boy, this. There's some big warthogs behind there in the middle. Oh, these are still youngish. I think they just look big, but these are still youngish. And you can tell that they're quite young because they still have very thick tushes. You see those white hairs there on the face? Look how it's shaped like a tusk. Can you see that? So when they're young and they're growing up, they develop these tushes, which are thick white hairs, bristles, in the shape of a tusk, to make it look like they have tusks. And that is designed to create a moment of confusion with the predator. So maybe a predator from far is going to say, hey, no ways, It looks a bit dangerous. Let's rather move on. And then later on, when those tushes or those tusks actually form, the tushes become much less developed. This one's scratching his neck there.
Can we stop there, please? Because now we have got some leopards making you laugh. Now, this is not like when a baby human bites your finger. Let's push play on this episode of The Wild Show.
Beak, see if you can zoom in on that, that female giraffe there that you...
One that's sitting.
Yeah, the one that's sitting facing us. And see if you can zoom in. What I want you to notice is, of course, she's chewing the food. I'm hoping that she's going to show us the rumination. And the bolus, the ball of food, gets swallowed and goes down. I'll tell you when it goes down. And you can actually see the lump traveling down the neck, and there's a few moments, and then it travels back up the neck. Like now, watch the neck. Gloop, up it came again. So ruminating the food. And the way it works is that there's 4 chambers in their stomach. They chew the food, goes down into the first chamber, and gets digested a little bit. And they bring it back up, chew it finer, so it's able to access the second chamber in the stomach. And then they digest it a little bit, and then brings it back up again, chews it a bit finer so it can enter the 3rd chamber in the stomach, and then the 4th chamber in the stomach, until it eventually is passed throughout the system. Now the zebras, they don't do that. Zebras are hindgut fermenters, so the food gets chewed, bolus goes down, which is the ball of food, goes into their simple stomach, gets digested in their rear gut or the rear intestine, and then passes out immediately after that. So very little digestion actually happens with these hindgut fermenters. opposed to the ruminators that really do get the most of what they're eating in terms of nutrients. You can see the giraffe droppings coming out. They're very, very small and they're round. The droppings are smaller than a jawbreaker. I don't know if you're familiar with jawbreakers. They're sweets that we find in the shops in South Africa. I think some other countries too. They're round little balls that are usually quite hot. And then in the center there's chewing gum. That's the jawbreakers. So they're a little bit smaller than jawbreakers. Now often we think of dung beetles that are utilizing animal dung to lay eggs and so on. And I often wondered when I was a young man, why not use giraffe dung? Because giraffe dung is already pre-rounded. But the giraffe, remember, they have ruminated the food very well and they have got a lot of nutrients out of what they've digested, and there's not a lot of nutrients really left in what comes out. And that's why dung beetles will prefer to go after the hindgut fermenters droppings, because they have a very weak system. Food goes in, goes out, simple, and there's still nutrients within their droppings. So elephants and hippo droppings are good for dung beetles, warthogs, zebras, and so on. Mary, thank you. It is a beautiful view. Absolutely beautiful. I love coming into sightings like this where animals are doing their normal things while we're here. I'm not worried about us. And in the variety also. There we go. You see that? Back legs, front legs. Cassandra, did you see that? Boop, on its feet. So that took a little bit of time. And you can just see that giraffe in the back busy browsing. It's also quite amazing how giraffes can just step behind a few bushes and things, and most of their body's gone. So they can melt away into the bush very simply. And if you ever come out on safaris and you're on the safari track, you really need to keep your eyes open, because even elephants can blend in extremely well. There we go. Just gently walking along. Probably wants to go off and feed on that sweet thorns around here. Quite a few sweet thorns here. It's the plant with the yellow flowers that you can see there. They're starting to flower now. A lot of the bees and insects are busy pollinating them as we speak. Very relaxed sighting this, isn't it, eh? You sort of lose yourself in time when you're out here and enjoying sightings like this. And before you know it, an hour passes by and it felt like 10 minutes. Look at that zebra. So the wind has suddenly picked up and I see that zebra is standing directly behind that female giraffe. So I think that zebra is actually using the giraffe as a windbreaker. The weather is definitely changing at the moment. It's fairly warm this morning. Teddy, there's a few birds. Few birds may interact with giraffe and big animals in general. Black-headed herons, who are herons that don't actually eat fish. They've adapted to eating insects and they follow big animals. It can be giraffe, can be elephants, can be buffalo, can even be our Land Rover. As giraffe are going to walk through the bush, they are going to disturb insects. And that's going to be free food for any insect-eating bird. So if we can name a few, you know, the starlings, black-headed herons, ant-eating chats, pearl-breasted swallows. Oxpeckers, of course, are associated with giraffe because of the ticks. I've seen one sighting of a ant-eating chat sitting on the top of the ossicones of a giraffe before, getting that vantage at Sentry Point right on top. Southern ground hornbills, crowned hornbill as well. We don't see them too often out here, to be honest with you, but they would follow giraffe for that reason and other bigger animals. Brown-hooded kingfisher as well. They might just follow giraffe to a degree and other bigger animals. Yeah, so the sweet thorns at the moment, those ones with the white thorns and the yellow flowers, they are very nutritious for the browsers. And now that they're flowering now, you find that giraffes are going to eat on them, not just the flowers, but not just the leaves, I mean, but also the flowers. They won't eat the thorns though. They'll eat around those thorns by using the lips and the tongue, which is like a hard piece of leather. The only animal that I know to consume thorns and spines is actually elephant. The elephant will just strip a branch and chew it up and swallow. Doesn't worry about thorns, no problem. Elephants have got a double intestinal wall, so very strong intestines, whereas the rest of the animals have got a single intestinal wall, which is a lot more delicate than that of a double intestinal walled animal, like an elephant. Yeah, it's been a really nice time being out here. We're on an area called Gorney Road, and definitely has been a productive road, and I'm glad you all got involved in it as well. I do hope you've enjoyed your time, and slowly it's coming to a wrap, the escape to nature. But don't forget, Penguin Beach will be next, and then after that will be Sunset Safari with Bingo. Yeah, we thank all of you for joining, and we hope you have a wonderful day, and we'll see you in a bit.